Cook again, yo, what up, citizens of the Wired? I'm Nova, and this is my brand new music review show, the very first video that I'm creating on this channel. I have only ever made one YouTube video in my entire short life as an alter. It was an anime review that YouTube destroyed, and I'm never going to talk about anime on this platform again, even though I love anime. And so does Open Mike Eagle. That's the best you're getting as a bridge between the subject matter of my last video and this one. But welcome to my new channel. I'm going to be reviewing music specifically from the perspective of an alter. That is to say, one personality inside of a system. Basically, I've got more than one personality. The best way I can describe what that's like, I mean, everybody has multiple sides of themselves. Nobody acts the same way around every different person that they communicate with. But sometimes, due to certain traumas, it can be that the different sides of your personality are so incredibly extreme, like so different from one another, that they don't even share memories all the time or necessarily make decisions that the other one would make. Even though I have worked really hard to achieve like a level of harmony between the different facets of myself by recognizing them, by being able to codify them, give them names, allow them to communicate with one another, and get closer to something like a whole. That process has kind of produced me, the personality Nova. I'm new. I was created on July 5th, as per the thumbnail of my other video, which is currently on Odyssey if you wanted to see. It's basically a recommendation of all the good anime that are airing right now, so if you wanted to catch up before the season's over, that's the best shot you've got. I haven't even caught up on those shows. I got too traumatized by losing my video. Anime, trauma, divorce. I'm experiencing all of them, but it's not with a partner. It's with YouTube itself. As a YouTube partner, I guess. That was the name of one of Open Mike Eagle's albums, by the way. In case you're not keeping up with the... I'm going to try to explain everything as openly as I can. Open Mike Eagle. I mean, his name is Mike Eagle, right? Open mic as in open mic night where you go to perform. Open mic is both a place that you could perform hip-hop and stand-up comedy, and he's big into stand-up comedy, which plays heavily into the bars. So there's the stand-up aspect, the rapper aspect, but then also his name is literally Mike Eagle. So you're opening up him as a person. You're opening Mike Eagle. It's a really good name. Total coincidence that I have an open sign behind me, by the way. That's just my brother used to work for Domino's. Wait, I think he works for Domino's again, actually. Anyway, if you don't know Mike Eagle, Open Mike, I'm just going to leave him over there talking to Professor Sky, one of my favorite YouTubers. Actually, both of them are two of my favorite YouTubers. Like, literally two of my top 5 favorite people to watch on YouTube right now, because they're both pretty active. Open Mike has been on tour for his new album, so he hasn't been as active on YouTube as he had been, but he's absolutely hilarious. He does a similar type of content to this, which is going to make this an interesting review. This isn't a consumer review. This isn't me talking about, is the album good? The album's a fucking masterpiece. That's why I'm talking about it. I'm going to go really in-depth analyzing what does this album mean? What do I think it's trying to say? Specifically, what does it mean to me? Because I can't read this man's mind. And yes, I've watched this interview. I've watched, yesterday he did a live stream where he not only played the album in full with the chat, you know, and talked about it with chat, but also went into his Discord. He has a Patreon Discord because he's a YouTuber, and like read other people's analysis of the album, and he didn't want to confirm or deny anything. He was just like, I like these interpretations, I think they're interesting. The stuff he's explained the most is that several of these songs on this album are just telling true stories about his actual life, very specific events, you know, like elaborated in detail. So he has talked about like, yeah, that really did happen, or talked a little bit more about the story. I mean, basically what could be inferred by the lyrics, just kind of, confirming that it is in fact what it sounds like. The whole album is very personal, and it's very introspective, and taken literally, it's hard for me not to see it as literally an album about dissociative identity. I don't want to say the word disorder because that I don't think these classifications are going to last, but dissociation as an idea, there's a whole spectrum of what are considered dissociative disorders, but it ranges from just kind of stuff like derealization, where you just kind of forget that you are there, that you are turned on, like that your body is awake. I've seen that happen to people. I'm not as likely to get totally derezzed as I am to just swap between very different states of mind to handle my present circumstances. Like if one part of me can't handle the situation that I'm in, another part emerges to deal with it, because you can't do nothing in every situation. There are some situations you just shut down, and that is kind of its own thing. If you want to survive, you cannot shut down in all circumstances. You have to create a version of yourself that's capable of surviving. And I think that this album deals heavily with trauma, fracturing. I mean, he described it as an album about shattering during this interview. So it is about the shattering of your consciousness, the attempt to bring it back together, and the different layers of self that are created through trauma. Pretty explicitly. Again, I'm not trying to diagnose Open Mike Eagle with anything. Like, I am also not diagnosed. I have not been to I can't afford it. I can't afford that kind of thing, all right? I just study the stuff so I can understand myself and make it through the day. So this is my totally, literally armchair, analysis as a rapper. Because I am myself a rapper, and I should also mention, very influenced by Open Mike Eagle in kind of a subtle way, because I won't pretend that I've ever been the biggest Open Mike Eagle fan, or that he was one of my favorite rappers. He has a few albums I've full on missed. I got into him through dark comedy, through Anthony Fantano, which I'm also going to touch on his review of this album, which is really bad, and I don't mean negative, it's just a bad review. But I don't need to get into that yet. Open Mike Eagle already did a reaction to it, and I feel like I want to be his anger translator for that. From the Fantano lens, it looked like just an obligation that he was just doing it so that he could have said, okay, I did this for Open Mike Eagle. But it to me, it didn't feel like he did anything for anybody. But I guess that helped me to have the fire to feel like I had to do this album the proper justice. I really appreciated Professor Sky's review as well, and he pointed out things that I wouldn't get, especially being closer in age to Open Mike Eagle, who is I'm gonna say firmly elder millennial, maybe exennial, in that either very end of Gen X or very beginning of millennial. I'm an end of millennial. I consider myself one of the first zillennials, because I was the youngest person on the internet circa 1999, but I was born in 1991. So, I'm an internet denizen through and through, like a Zoomer would be. I know all of this doesn't sound relevant, but I promise it will be. This album has so many layers and so many things going on, and it says so much about Mike that in order for me to analyze it, I have to make sure you understand a certain amount about me and a certain amount about him, so that you understand both why I would see it the way I am seeing it, and why he would even have written all of these things in the first place. And I can only understand as much as I do, because even though I am neither from Chicago, I've only ever been there once briefly, nor am I from LA. I have only ever been there maybe 10 times briefly. I'm from Virginia Beach, where the Clips are from, and not even the part of Virginia Beach where the Clips are from. It's a massive, massive city, and I lived all over it. Pharrell's from there too, obviously. I have been a fan of Open Mike Eagle for a long time. I have taken influence from the way that he writes his songs. I've paid attention to what he's saying in his lyrics. I'm an anime fan. I'm a hip-hop fan. I have a lot of the same frame of reference that he has, even in spite of the age gap, even in spite of the locational differences. There is enough similar between the two of us that this album hit me really hard. This album hit me exactly where I was at in the moment. Consider, again, I was born July 5th as an alter. This album came out, I think, a little bit after that. So I was exactly in the right mood to hear an album about finding another piece of yourself, or burning the last puzzle piece, as it were. We'll get into all of that. I'm going to really deep dive this thing starting now, I guess, because I think I've said as much preamble as I need to before actually discussing the album itself. Dark comedy television.
I woke up knowing everything. I woke up knowing everything. I fell asleep ignorant. I woke up knowing everything. I woke up knowing everything.
I woke up knowing everything. I woke up knowing everything. This song had me right away. Right at the top of the album, I already knew this was going to be probably my favorite open mic album because I sometimes feel like I wake up knowing everything. And sometimes I feel I wake up knowing nothing whatsoever, and it takes me hours and hours to catch up with myself. Sometimes I wake up and it feels like whatever I was doing the night before just picks up exactly where it left off. And sometimes I cannot remember whatsoever I am doing the day before, or I just feel like, oh, physically there's no way I could do that again. You know, like it's just impossible. Like I'm out of commission for that for a little while. This happened to me yesterday playing too much Pokemon. Before I jump too far ahead of myself, though, the way the song actually starts is with this tag that's about the dark comedy hour, I guess, the dark comedy TV hour, which is a concept that Open Mike Eagle has of a TV network that can only afford an hour of programming like once per day or whatever. So they have a whole bunch of shows, but they're all really short so that they can fit inside of this hour of programming. Now this is kind of basically how like variety hour shows do work. I mean, like even I think of the Gynax hour that they had in like 1999 where Orochiban Ibichu comes from, and there was actually two other shows that like filled out that block. But they've been like lost to time practically. I understand the idea of like, okay, we're going to make a bunch of shorts, we're going to cram them all together, which is basically what an album is in the first place, right? Like each song is kind of its own show, but they all have to be thematically similar enough that they make sense to be in the same package of a network. The logic of how TV works and how an album works is close enough that it makes sense that this is a thematic through line. Mike is conceptually copying TV, but he's really just pointing out the similarity that already is there between how an album functions and how a TV network functions, calling attention to the fact that he is a TV-brained person. The fact that his frame of reference goes beyond music. Whereas if you're listening to something like, say, a non-verbal jazz or orchestral album, it might feel like the music is about music first and foremost. Like, even though you can imagine different things that the music could be saying, you have to project a lot onto it to really relate to it. Whereas Open Mike is going to tell you exactly what he's thinking, but you're not going to relate to it if you don't understand the references, a lot of which come from television. So it is kind of as meaningful to think of this as a TV spot as it is, or a TV show, or even a TV network with a bunch of hyper-condensed shows that could only afford an hour of broadcasting. You know, as an indie rapper, also there's like a layer of irony of like Mike himself cannot afford to publish albums all the time at a level where he can get them, publicized, where he can have them, he can make sure that people actually hear the album. You know, it's tough to do that and have stuff come out all the time. I release albums all the time, nobody listens to them, you know, so I understand like what it would require from me to stop making music and just promote the music. And that's really tough. And you have to be really dedicated to the idea that you are going to run a business off of music to make that work. I've kind of decided to run a business more so off of videos because it's easier for me to turn that into a business than music, where I have too much emotion tied up in it. And I suspect that it is also really tough for someone like Mike. But when I watch him watch Fantano's review of his music, I see someone who is very well prepared to deal with the emotional reality of being a public-facing artist, who is very much willing to take it on the chin if somebody just kind of doesn't get the point, even if they're being nice about it. You know, Fantano's review has the vibe of, I listened to this 3 times, and here's my quick thoughts. But some of the stuff he said is just preposterous, calling the Midnight Baby song unlistenable. I don't even know what he means by that. It's a good song. I don't know why he would say that. I woke up knowing everything. I fell asleep ignorant. I wasn't seeing what the pieces meant. But now, God's unlimited. I like this phrasing of God's unlimited because it gives this sense that whoever gods are, whether it's yourself, you're seeing yourself as a god, you're seeing the people around you as gods, you're seeing literal gods as gods, there's an unlimited number of them, or at least an unlimited amount of godness. You're not just perceiving as much as God, you're perceiving as much as an unlimited number of God, or a limit. I guess, God is supposed to be an unlimited amount, even in a Christian sense, but in a multi-theistic sense, or in a sense where everything around you is God, you're perceiving everything. To be everything is to be God, unlimited. It just sounds cool. It sounds cool because ordinarily you as a human feel limited. You don't always feel like you know everything. In this case, he didn't see what the pieces meant last night, but now the limit's been broken. He's gone Super Saiyan God, and now he sees everything. To my chagrin, personally, Open Mike Eagle did not release any lyrics for this album. There's none on the Bandcamp page. There's none on the Spotify upload. I'd love to be able to rap along to this. And it's not that it's hard to understand what he's saying. It's just that it's easier to learn the lyrics quicker if you have them written down. And I'm sure there was a written version he worked from, probably. If there's not, then that's understandable. I could understand not wanting to write it down. And there are places on this album where I'm going to defend him not publishing lyrics because of the way that you can interpret certain lines more than one way, as in like by ear. You can hear it two different ways, and I think they're both relevant. So I understand not wanting to have lyrics, but ultimately this just means that someone transcribed what they thought they were hearing to Genius, and that's what I'm going to go off of so that I don't have to constantly pause and play the song. Let's see what they said on Genius. People looking for a larger plot, awaiting fades in the barbershop, 'cause if your voice ain't as loud as his, maybe he knows where the power is, maybe he knows why the rent is high. It's 'cause the moon is in Gemini, and Mercury's in the Gatorade. I'm just trying to get a taper fade, and lined up with the razor blade, and make some hay on the day-to-day, but old Steve said that he believes it's chemtrails full of beta rays. Yeah, he showed us all videos of stone cutters wearing pretty robes, a white cross and a little rose, and all the presidents is skull and bones, and I ain't never known one of those. And every pic of celebrities, throw a hand sign or a funny pose. I mean, they gotta know something, right? They gotta sleep ignorant. So this first verse, in the most straightforward sense, just is a story about trying to get a taper fade at the barbershop and overhearing conversations of people trying to explain why things are the ways that they are, using conspiracies, people looking for a larger plot. Because if your voice ain't as loud as his, maybe he knows where the power is. Maybe he knows why the rent is high. Because if your voice ain't as loud as his, maybe he knows where the power is, really stuck with me in particular. Because it really is a feeling of like whoever is the loudest is who's going to be listened to. It's the only voice that's going to be heard. Even if a more correct voice is speaking but more meekly, it just simply is not going to be a voice that gets heard. And whether people believe the loud voice or not, if you can't be heard over it, you can't do anything about it. So if your voice ain't as loud as his, there's nothing you could do but listen to what he's got to say. Maybe he knows where the power is. Maybe he knows why the rent is high. Maybe it's because the moon is in Gemini and Mercury is in the Gatorade. Moving between, Mercury is in retrograde is like a mimetic way of describing how people view astrology. But rather than making fun of it directly, he doesn't say Mercury's in retrograde. He says the moon is in Gemini and Mercury's in the Gatorade. The moon is in Gemini might mean something real, I'm not sure. But Mercury's in the Gatorade is more of like the conspiracy theory type stuff where, people believe that there is some kind of poisoning and everything. And to an extent, there is. And I'm also going to kind of talk about how this verse it's a play on the idea that the stuff you're hearing around you sounds ridiculous and extreme, but it's all kind of an approximation of something that is real. Yeah, there is really mercury in the water in Flint, but that's not what is in the, it's not the same thing as what someone else is saying about the Gatorade poisoning you. I would describe it as like signal getting lost in noise. There's some kind of truthiness underneath some of these things, but they're all kind of lost in this fuzz of how much chaos there is in the world, how many different things there are to think are conspiring against you. Old Steve says that he believes it's chemtrails full of beta rays. These are, again, generic conspiracy theories. He showed us all videos of stonecutters wearing pretty robes and white cross and a little rose and all the presidents in skull and bones. This is all, again, referring to, like, specific, like, families and conspiracies and clubs and stuff that, yeah, I mean, they are literally conspiracies, which, by the way, the word conspiracy just means, like when two people conspire to do something, like make a plan. Like, if two people make a plan and then execute that plan, that's a conspiracy. So, like, there's tons of, yes, actual conspiracy. They're just not, like, conspiring to do cartoon stuff. They're conspiring to do, like, lame stuff, or evil in a very mundane way kinds of stuff. All the presidents is skull and bones, and I ain't never known one of those is a line that stuck out to me in particular because Open Mike Eagle is a sort of a sage rapper in this sense that we're kind of in a new era with rap where we've got our first, like, older generation of rappers. And even though Mike, he kind of started getting, like, attention as an older rapper, like his debut was in 2010. And I don't think, a lot of rappers start in, like, their teens, like Nas started in the 90s as a teenager, Clips started in the 90s as teenagers, and, like, those guys are now 48, 50, and, Mike's in his, I think, early 40s, so it's not as though he's tremendously younger than those guys. He just didn't start having, like, a known rap career until a little bit later. And there's a lot of rappers who are considered, like, more mature, or to have this kind of elder statesman role that they achieved rather quickly, where guys like Kendrick Lamar or Killer Mike have, like, met Barack Obama, like, they've met the president on the back of being these, like, respected rappers who have this, interesting voice that is considered somehow something that the president of the United States felt he needed to pick their brain and understand their perspective to get a better sense of the world, to get a better sense of his own country that he runs. Open Mike Eagle has not gotten that call. He has not met President Obama. And is it that he's less deserving? I wouldn't really think so, as much as it is that he is not in that same cultural pocket or position. I don't know if he would want to be or would know how to be. It's just kind of a sort of an observation that's thrown in there of, like, yeah, I've never known one of these presidents, so what do I know? Maybe they are all in a secret cabal, and that's why I don't know about it. Like, maybe I am in the out group. Maybe maybe this guy knows what I don't. And maybe the fact that I won't accept these things as true is why I'm on the outside of them. Every pick of celebrities, they throw a hand sign or a funny pose. I mean, they gotta know something, right? I mean, they gotta sleep ignorant and wake up knowing everything. Wake up knowing everything. So there's this kind of turn here where there's a feeling that all of that stuff that was just said, Mike knows the actual truth. Like, he's making fun of all of these conspiracies and presenting them in this obviously, like, kind of backhanded wrong way because he does know what's actually going on. He woke up knowing everything. He doesn't need to hear what this guy thinks, He doesn't need to hear all the slant versions of the truth. He knows the truth. He's just trying to get a taper fade. He already woke up knowing everything. Just like all the other celebrities, just like all these people, they simply went to sleep ignorant and woke up knowing everything, and that's why they have what they have, and that's why he's trying to get what he's trying to get, and the only thing standing in the way is the ignorance of this other person who is making their own assumptions about what is actually going on. I had the whole United States wrong. This country stays what it's based on. These pagans escape to make laws, only having faith in a bank drawer. And this whole shit's an experiment. And when you only value inheritance, the only freedoms we project is disrespectful and arrogant. Roll the Bill of Rights in a pipe and use it on Nancy Kerrigan. 'Cause Hogan said, and he was a real American. American. Heard what the songs say, interpret it the wrong way. I know the Patriots on 30th and Broadway. To be a kid again instead of the dividend. Every illusion ends when the state kills a citizen. They say we pagan now. I see what our religion's been. They be trying to act like we don't have a national religion. I didn't know last night, but I woke up this morning. Now I know what it is. Now it all makes sense. I fell asleep ignorant. I woke up knowing everything. I was a stone-cold idiot. Now the God's unlimited. So this second verse is like almost the opposite of the first in approach, where that one was like a very small-time story of something that probably literally really happened, like it's just an incident in his life. And now it's like that incident was about someone trying to define this incredibly broad perspective on everything. And so Mike is saying, like, okay, well, here's the everything that I know. Here's all the stuff that got packed into my head this morning when I woke up before I even went out to try to get my taper fade. Now, this country stays what it's based on is immediately a powerful line, because what is the United States based on? You can make a lot of arguments about it, but we all know that slavery is what built the country. So that was immediately what came to my mind, is like, of course the country is still trying to enslave you. Why was it trying to enslave you in the first place? Because it is the worship of capital. Capital is the means to individual freedom for people who are, monstrous in their intent. People who want to do something that other people wouldn't want them to do. Money is how you get to do that. These pagans escaped to make laws only having faith in a bank drawer. Yeah, it's people who were trying to run away from, organization, from the sort of light of God in a metaphorical sense. I'm not trying to say anything positive about religion here. I think it's terrible, but I understand what he's saying here, because it has been continually throughout history that the main reason people keep leaving where they are is that they disagree with the way other people in their community are doing things to an extent that they feel ostracized, and so they say, fuck you, I'm going to make my own with hookers and blackjack. In fact, forget the church. That's what human expansion has always been. But inevitably, in order for a unitary place to work, there always ends up having to be certain, like continual socialization. There's always going to be that the frontier people are just like rich assholes who want to do whatever they want, so they buy out a new plot of land, they forge something, they go to some place, try to do something different. And inevitably, it ends up being the same, because there's only so many ways you can really do things that people can actually live. The country, America, is fairly young and huge, land size wise huge. There are only a few places that are really built out to that extent of having embraced any level of socialism, and it's like so paradoxical to the viewpoint of the rest of the country that is obsessed with that personal freedom of just like having their yard and that's their world and nothing can touch it and nobody can do anything about it or tell them how they have to organize it. That is like the core identity of the average American person, which is not even threatened by socialism, but that's just how they see it. These people who are constantly running away from that, who are constantly running towards freedom, they're escaping to make laws only having faith in a bank drawer. They believe that money will buy them that freedom that they want, when really money traps them in a state of serfdom. You live your whole life to do work for people who can do whatever they want. The whole shit's an experiment when you only value inheritance. The only freedoms we project is disrespectful and arrogant. Yep. Roll the Bill of Rights in a pipe and use it on Nancy Kerrigan. I'm not even going to pretend I know who that is or try to quickly, speedily research them and cram it into this video. But I do know who Hulk Hogan is. He recently died, and he had said the N-word. It was a whole scandal. He was also a part of the Real Americans, which is a wrestling group. This song came out before Hulk Hogan died and referred to him with the, he was a real American, yeah, because he was in that team. The intent of this lyric wasn't to acknowledge that Hogan was in fact dead, but now he is. I have no particular feelings about it. Was never a wrestling kid, as a trans girl growing up in the 90s. Not my bag. Heard what the songs say, interpreted it the wrong way. Well, hopefully I'm not interpreting this too much the wrong way. I know the Patriots on 30th and Broadway. I don't. To be a kid again instead of the dividend. Ooh, the dividend. So that means like a fraction, right? Because, again, now we're starting to get into the dissociative multiple identities talk. because this is an album about being fractured, about being in pieces. And so if you are only capable of accessing one piece at a time, then you're always going to feel as though you are a fraction of the whole. And so, to be a kid again, meaning before I was fractured. Now, for me personally, I think I was fractured from like the very beginning, because my parents were moving constantly even when I was an infant. So I never had any kind of sense of like normality or placement in the world. And I've been shattered many, many times. I get what this means. Yeah, I understand the idea of being like less shattered, of being closer to something whole, and not feeling like you're just a fraction of what you might have been once. Every illusion ends when the state kills a citizen. They say we pagan now, I see what our religion's been. Every illusion ends when the state kills a citizen. Like, you immediately realize, like, all of the rules that are being stated just don't exist. Like, they're not real. They have to be performed. Like, people have to decide to perform the rules every single time it happens. And when the state kills a citizen, they get away with it. It just shows that, like, the rules aren't as, like, the rules are not what they are stated to be. The rules are that, like, the state can kind of do what it wants. And it's not supposed to be able to. That's not what anybody's saying. But it is the reality of the situation. And so it puts you in this position of realizing not only is the state not, like, socialized, but it's actively volatile towards the citizenry. And then you realize that, like, all of that conspiracy stuff is not even as dark as the truth, which is that it doesn't have to be an underground conspiracy. It's just right there on the surface. People are just, like, being racist, killing people, and then being absolved by other racists, who, like, aren't seeing the problem. So it doesn't have to be that there's, like, mercury in the Gatorade, there is actually, stuff in the water in certain places. It doesn't have to extend to every other thing. Like, there's already enough wrong, even, like, evidentially, that you don't need to break it down into conspiracy land. They say we pagan now, I see what our religion's been. Yeah, our religion's been money, capitalism. They try to act like we don't have a national religion. I didn't know last night, but I woke up this morning. Now I know what it is. It all makes sense. Yeah. Then we have the outro of the song, which is really funny. This is where we get into the stand-up kind of energy and, making sure that there's a tongue-in-cheek throughout this. I saw the man broken, how he put himself together. I saw him. Saw the man broken, how he put himself together. I swear I saw him like last week. I saw him yesterday. He ain't no shit. He ain't no shit yesterday. I saw him. He was dumb as rocks yesterday. He was dumb as rocks yesterday. What the fuck? How'd he do it? There's this very, like, dry, monotonous delivery that Mike has of all those lines. It just plays out really well over the end of the song. It sets you up well for the tone of the album, which is somewhere between I have unlimited God mode power and I was dumb as a box of rocks yesterday. Like, it's about that dichotomy. It's not just that I know everything, but that I suddenly know everything. That I woke up knowing everything. Didn't know it yesterday. Now I do. That is, I think, important because that juxtaposition is the comedy of the album. It like almost a fear that it's gonna slip away. That, like, well, why would I think I'm going to know everything in perpetuity? And he also doesn't mention, is this something that's ever happened before? Does he often wake up knowing everything, or was this the first time? There's a lot of unanswered questions left by this song, but it is considered the opening theme. And Mike said that. In his, I think in the live stream, he said any show that's truly worth its salt explains the entire plot in the opening theme. And I'm inclined to agree because of Mobile Suit Gundam and, like, Speed Racer, all the classic anime. Fucking lawnmowers. Alright, well that's my brother mowing the lawn. It's interesting that this song is an opening theme to the album, which would suggest that it is one show, but it also kind of suggests that each song is its own show on a network. I can see how it can be both things. After all, it is an album. It's not a show or a network, so why not just pretend it's all of those things at once? Why wouldn't an album have an opening theme, even though all of the songs are in fact themes? Whichever song is first is always the opening theme, right? I guess depends on how conceptual your album is. But yeah, before I move on from this song that I've now talked about for way too long, I do want to get into like the musical side of it, because it's not an extremely complex beat, but it is really interesting. It sounds very unique, and also accomplishes this feeling of grandiosity, right? It's I woke up knowing everything. He keeps insisting it over and over again over this massive swelling sound. But what the sounds are is there's like some kind of vocal keyboard, it sounds like, doing these big sweeping, like vaguely humanoid, I'm sure it is human voice, but like, very distorted, like these long human sounds that to me give the sense of like basically declaring everything. Like you are, through one vocalization, making the noise of knowing everything, just kind of hovering in the background of this song. And then there's also these kind of like video gamey but old-timey TV sounding noises. Like I'm sure there probably is literally like an old 70s cartoon theme song being sampled in this beat. I don't know which one, but it definitely sounds like that's in there. That could even be where the vocal samples come from. But it's like there's the old-timey intro theme, there's the voice samples, there's like a heavy amount of either record or tape hiss, whatever that is. And it's not even that it comes through super clear in the mix. It's just that when the song comes on, I kind of key into it, and then it fades immediately into just like in the background of, what is essentially just drums, this really simplistic bass line, and again the sounds I've described. So it sounds big, it sounds spacious, and a little bit chaotic because of how different the sounds are from one another, but there's not that many of them. They're not doing anything that complicated, and it's mostly repeating through the song. It is anthemic. It feels short even for a 3-minute song. Like at 3 minutes is not a long song, but it feels even shorter than it is because it is so large and grandiose, and it feels like all of the concept being packed into the smallest possible moment. Literally, I woke up knowing everything. How do you express everything in as few words as possible other than to just keep repeating the phrase everything, I'm everything, as Doechii said last year. So I guess in that sense, Open Mike Eagle woke up knowing Doechii. Okay, I think I've said enough about that song for now.
Show them a fisto, show them a feasto, show them a feasto, show them a feasto, show them a feasto, show them a feastos.
Alright, track 2, me and Aquil, I hope that's how you pronounce his name, stealing stuff from work. This is the song that Mike has probably explained the most and talked about the most because it is maybe the most vivid and specific story, and it's a really good story and one that I think connects really well to some of the stuff that Mike has talked about on previous records, and I'll get into that. But first I want to talk about Aquil, because Aquil is the feature on this song, and I really want to mention that as far as I can tell, this person is not like a label mate rapper, certainly not like another popular rapper in the sphere. No. Aquil is on this song because Aquil is in this story. He is literally Open Mike Eagle's coworker who was friends with him when the two of them worked at a shoe store that they both stole shoes from. And the reason they stole shoes from this store is that it was easy. And the reason it was easy is that their boss was treating them like they are somehow safe. And I think about this lyric, one of my favorite Open Mike Eagle lyrics from way back, I believe on Dark Comedy, is where he says, "Fuck you if you're a white man who thinks I speak for black folks, and fuck you if you're a white man who thinks I can't speak for black folks." Because there's this way that white people will look at particularly like black guys who are very well spoken, and Open Mike Eagle is very well spoken. And I understand where this is coming from because I don't talk like this naturally. This is a voice I developed. This is this is my sorry to bother you white person voice. But it's not that I naturally like sound stereotypically black per se. I sound like a southerner, with a voice of random sounds I picked up from TV shows and the internet being under-socialized growing up, So, like, I had to figure out what just sounds good. Like, what's a good marketable voice? This is a good marketable voice. This isn't, like, just the natural way I would talk to my friends. And I assume the same thing is true for anybody who performs regularly in front of a camera or on stage or in any kind of role where they're assuming a kind of character in order to put on a good performance that's relatable to more people, understandable to more people, translates more broadly. So in this story, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, so I'll just read the lyrics. I should probably put them on screen instead of just whatever this video is I threw on. Genius. This, like, you might also like thing is really inconvenient. I want to make this bigger, and this automatically takes up half the page no matter what. This song comes in right away with the repeated hook. Show the Mephistos, show the Mephistos, show the Mephistos, show the Mephistos. Now, when I heard the song for the first time, I had never heard of Mephistos. I didn't know about this particular shoe. I'm not a shoe person. This is what I'm wearing. These are like made of wool, I think. My husband's dad sent them to me. They're cool. I like them. Good house. They're called glare-ups. Whatever. Mephistos are like an overpriced, ugly shoe. Mike ranted about this on his live stream. He showed them. They are hideous. I don't know how you could possibly pay $300 for them ugly shoes, but apparently they're quite comfortable. Anyways, when I heard this song, not knowing that, I thought he was saying shoulder Mephistos, because there's, the idea of the angel and the devil on your shoulders, and one of them is, the devil Mephistopheles, right? Like in the Faust. In a Faustian bargain, if you will, is when Mephistopheles literally showed up to a guy named Faust and was like, I bet your soul you can't, like, be a good person or what. I haven't read Faust. The point is that I thought of Mephisto, and it gets referenced in the song, when aquil, he's credited a bunch of different ways, Mr. Aquil, according to Genius. Aquil, as I mentioned, is somebody who is only credited to like one other song that's on the internet. I found this through Discogs. It's from an album called Warm Violet, a compilation for Chicago community jail support. Track 2, Happy Dance, is by AQ, and it's a fun, odd, left field art rap song, not unlike something you would expect from Open Mike Eagle, although it's probably weirder than anything on this particular album. And the next song right after that was like a cool, like, alternative rock song. So I would look into this project. It seems interesting. But yeah, that's like the only other thing AQ is in. So he raps. He clearly can rap well, as demonstrated in this song. But I think he is more so just someone who Open Mike Eagle is friends with who raps, rather than being like a rapper by trade, the way that Mike is. I could be making assumptions. Maybe he's just incredibly local to Chicago and doesn't make anything on the internet. I don't know. Definitely what you would describe as a neighborhood god. Like, just someone who's really good, who Mike knows, and no one else does. Neighborhood god. The beat on this song, once again, it's not anything too complicated. It's mostly kind of repetitive and stays the same, although it's just really good. It's easy to listen to. But it almost has this, like, Muzak, like, vaporwave quality to it. Like, it just sounds like some kind of, like, generic mall music that has been horribly warped, through the filter of hip-hop looping. It's odd because if the song wasn't so, like, washed out, it would probably be, like, really unpleasant. Like, the actual weirdness of the beat is very muted by the fact that it's so quiet and kind of in the background, and the story being told on top of it is funny and inviting. And I think it's easy to understate, if you were just casually listening to this album, like, how much Mike's very specific worldview and sense of humor shapes the way this thing feels and sounds to not be the way that I don't think anyone else would have handled it. Like, anyone else would have heard this beat and tried to do something creepy or like really hard or something like not more psychological, because this is a psychological song, but more like dark, you know, and brooding, I think. And this song, even though it is kind of dark and kind of coming from a bleak mentality, it's I would call it like a cyberpunk song when I really get into the themes of it, but it is presented in like kind of a nostalgic, cheeky, funny way, more like I guess it's so emotionally removed from the time of when it happened that it kind of just looks back on this as funny, whereas in the moment it probably felt a lot more intense. So that's why that nostalgia in the beat really works to the advantage of like the storytelling of the song, because again, it's about Mike's first job. First job was a shoe store is the first lyric. So, this is at least 20 years ago, given that Mike's got to be in his 40s. As notated on Genius here, in a YouTube interview, Mike explains there was a shoe store in the water tower called the Walking Company, and me and Akil were literally in high school together, and we worked there, and we robbed them blind all the time. First check paid above board. First job was a shoe store, water tower place on the top floor, first check paid above board. When he says first job, he doesn't mean it's the first time he's ever been paid, right? Because he says first check paid above board, meaning that he'd done odd jobs. At the very least, things he got paid for not through a signed check that is taxed by the government. This is his first time getting paid for a real job, which implies certain things about him, right? Like, he's not somebody who's squeaky clean if he has received under the table payment for other things before. So the fact that his boss is going to assume that he's a very clean and trustworthy person is kind of already being set up as a dramatic irony this early into the song. I managed the stock room, taking extra breaks in the washroom, polos and khakis like a State Farm costume. My boss was a lot like Mike Scott. Now, probably you know Mike Scott, the boss from The Office, played by Steve Carell. Just a totally hapless dumbass, like a guy who has stumbled his way into the role because he's like a useful idiot who's desperate to preserve his position, but everything he does is just wrong. Deeply narcissistic. So to say that somebody's a lot like Mike Scott is already like a pretty horrible insult. Like, he's basically designed to be the nightmare boss. So if your boss is a lot like Mike Scott, that's not a good place. Also, I should mention the State Farm costume. That's a insurance brand famous for the commercials where they go, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there, and then the guy shows up in a polo and khakis. And keep in mind, he's already describing that he's like not doing a great job. He's taking extra breaks in the washroom. He's not like trying to do his best possible job, so it's even funnier that his boss is so inattentive he's not even noticing that aspect. My boss was a lot like Mike Scott. His coffee was piping hot and his breath stank. Ex-military but low rank. He trusted me too much. I took it as an insult. I took me some Timbos. Now, Timbo, a brand I actually know. In fact, Timbaland, being a producer who comes from here, this area, made me very aware of the fact that there is a boot with the same name from a young age. So, like, that would have been my instinct. Would be, take the Timbos. Fuck the goddamn Mephistos. What the fuck is a Mephisto? Ugly ass rich people's shoe. Kind of thing that Mike Scott, boss here, would probably wear, which is why he's pushing it, I would think. Ex-military but low rank is also funny because that's, the very few jobs that I have had around here. Inevitably everyone here is ex-military but low rank. Put me on the sales floor, show the Mephistos, show the Mephistos, show the Mephistos. So this is where I'm starting to feel like the person saying show the Mephistos is in fact the shoulder Mephisto. And the fact that he keeps repeating it anytime in a song the same lyric gets repeated again and again and again, I like to think that it's because you are meant to think of as many meanings of it as possible. Probably the artist has considered a bunch of different things that it could mean, and that's why they're emphasizing it so heavily. So I definitely think the show the Mephistos, the insistence of it, is like not just to remind you that it's something that he's being told over and over again and like telling himself over and over again because he knows he's going to make more money if he does show the Mephistos, which we'll get into the next verse, but also to let you sink in, you know, this feeling that a shoulder Mephisto is right there telling you in your ear, you know. Commission on the check was the lick, though. Lick is one of those words that is been around forever but is getting more and more popular. I cannot hear a single rap album that doesn't mention someone being a lick, basically meaning someone that you feel as though you robbed, whether you literally mugged and robbed them. In hip-hop, it's usually metaphorical. In this case, it's someone, you know, he feels like he's taking advantage of someone because of how much commission he makes on selling the expensive shoes. Show the Mephistos. They conform to your feet, though. That's what he's telling the people to sell it to them. They better than echoes. They killing the Danskos. I don't know these shoes. They $300, though. I feel like an asshole. Now, keep in mind, this is $300 20 years ago. So, like $600 adjusted for inflation or something. My dad was a car salesman in the 90s. And it is how he made a lot of money eventually. You know, he was really good at selling cars. And yeah, the commission is how you advance. It's how you make more money. It's how the company wants you to do more. And eventually he had a crisis of consciousness about it, tried to quit, couldn't quit because he was 3 kids and a lot of debt in. Eventually ended up being like a general manager of a dealership. Really good at showing the Mephistos. But he did try to whack away the shoulder Mephistos one time, but there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. I brought out the white pair, them try-on socks is like some tiny little pantyhose, but they killin' the Havana Joes. Pinocchio with the banana nose. I just thought about it. My dad was also ex-military but low rank because he never got a high school diploma, so they wouldn't give him an officership. I brought out the white pair. Them try-on socks is like some tiny little pantyhose is a really funny observation because I agree. Why are they like that? But they killin' the Havana Joes. Pinocchio with the banana nose. Pinocchio with the banana nose. That's a crazy line. You know, Pinocchio, when he lies, his nose grows. So he's lying to these people that they're killing the Havana Joes. Oh, that's the thing you put in. Is the banana nose the thing you put in the shoe? The fucking shoehorn? I know them as a shoehorn, but it does kind of look like a nose and a banana. Pinocchio with, if that's what that is, that's a crazy bar. Pinocchio with the banana nose. That is a crazy bar if that's referring to the thing you put in the shoe. Alright, AQ comes in. I love the way that this starts, and the whole tone of this, it's very conversational. It feels like he's telling you this story like just a friend reminiscing about something that happened once in a funny story, you know. He goes, fucking Mephistos. I swore the homie Drone found the cheat code. Drone? Wait a second. Hold on. Stop the tape. Mike? Open Mike Eagle? Drone? Who the fuck is Drone? When did he become Drone? Who's Drone? Is Drone the character that Mike is playing on this song? Is Drone just one of Mike's people he's been at some point? I don't know Drone. I swore the homie Drone found the cheat code. Wealthy ladies lie about they feet growth. They blame it on me, bro. Not cool. Like, that is exactly the kind of thing I would hear, you know, a friend of mine having a job like this be. I can't believe some bitch, she came out, her feet smelled like shit. She tried to say it was me. She tried to say I was smelly. This racist ass white. Like, that's exactly the kind of thing I could see happening. So now the spook hot in the stock room. Stacks of packing slips where I plot moves. Assistant manager, call her Gwendolyn. So we're making up a name, but it's a Dark Souls name for some reason. I guess just because, why not? It's going to rhyme with Timbaland. Let's give her a name that rhymes with Timbaland. So why not? Assistant manager, call her Gwendolyn. Chat her up while Drone was restocking the Timbalands. Yeah, I like it. He's Drone still, by the way. Like, get me some cigarettes, slit her a fin and get us a 2-pack. Let her keep the 20 cents change. Game. 3rd floor. Great legs, though. Not really a looker. Flirt for Auntie Annie pretzels, hot cinnamon sugar. He's flirting with a girl to get free pretzels at the mall. On top of all the other, like, basically him and Drone are going around this mall, stealing shoes, and like cutting deals with other people, trading shoes for cigarettes, it seems like, flirting for Auntie Annie pretzels, and hit Mickey D's for that whack check burger, to spend my last like my white boss would brag he did on black sex workers. Ooh. Oh no. So Michael Scott, that is some real Michael Scott shit right there. Pandering to that goofy had me feeling the blues, so volunteer for trash duty meant I'm stealing your shoes. I love how detailed the breakdown is in this verse of like literally what he was doing. Mike told you he was stealing the shoes. AQ is telling you how they stole the shoes, like in intimate detail. Fucking Mephistos. 3 years after Black Shampoo turned to Wilco. What does that mean? There's a note here. During their first gig in 1994, the band Wilco performed under the name Black Shampoo. Mr. AQ lets us know the story took place 3 years after this in 1997. Crazy way to set up that. There's no way I would have gotten that without the fucking reference. I've never heard Wilco. My eyes on them low-cut Timbos, army green and black with the steel toe. Like, how the hell I work and be still broke? That line really hits too, because it's like, how can you be working at the store selling the shoes and you don't have enough money for those shoes? Like, if you're sitting there feeling like these are expensive and I would never wear these and I feel bad about selling these to people, that's you're not even getting paid enough. You're the one selling the shoes and you can't even afford them. That is what I meant by cyberpunk, you know? When my dad was selling cars, he always got to have a demo. Like, we always like had a family car because he's not trying to let the kids fuck up the demo car. That's the one he takes to work, you know? But at the very least, you didn't have to feel like, I mean, he couldn't have afforded the cars he was demoing. So, like, at least they could have let you wear some Mephistos, you know? Like, how are you going to sell people Mephistos? You can't even wear them. Like, that's crazy. Mephisto, ain't that short for Mephistopheles? Comic irony, the hellscape where we felt so trapped with stocking these. So this is a great fucking lyric because obviously, yes, Mephisto is short for Mephistopheles. Isn't that a weird thing to name a shoe? Doesn't that seem super fucking like treacherous and bizarre? And then comic irony because Mephisto is basically the devil, or like an incredibly powerful devil-esque demon in the Marvel universe, because I assume because of the fact that DC started like having Lucifer in their thing, then Marvel was like, oh, we gotta do Mephisto. Maybe it's the other way around. I don't know which one came first. One has Lucifer, one has Mephisto, but it was just introduced Mephisto was just introduced into the MCU through Ironheart, which is a show created by Chinaka Hodge, another person who has appeared in like 2 rap songs that she just makes incredible verses, and then like otherwise wrote Ironheart. And Sacha Baron Cohen is Mephisto in it. Pretty decent show. So Mephisto's from hell and they feel like they're in hell stalking the Mephistos. That's the comic irony. And Dansko clogs from the first 13 colonies. Ugh. I don't know what Dansko clogs are, but I assume they're just ancient. Basically making a connection back to slave era where Mike on the first song was saying like America is still the same thing it was founded on, you know. So these Dansko clogs go all the way back to the 13 colonies. It's a reminder that America hasn't changed that much. You're still seeing these ancient fuck shoes even in 1997 where you're being forced to stock them and feeling like is this life? Stocking shoes I can't afford? Trying to hawk expensive shoes I don't think are worth the price to people I don't respect and who don't respect me? Seems wrong. Glad Mike's doing something a lot more interesting now.
Yeah, I know. Apologies, that's indiscreet. Here's the code. I know God, that's my homegirl up the street. What you need? Show my hand. I understand what I should keep. It's contraband, yeah.
Contraband, The Plug Has Bags of Me, is easily the darkest and most mysterious song on this album so far. The one that tells the most incomplete story, the one that has different fragmented pieces, and it feels like It feels like there is a deliberate inconclusiveness to this song. I find that to be what makes it compelling and a good reason to listen to it over and over again, trying to fully wrap your head around it. Anthony Fantano seemed to really dislike this song in his review. He didn't really go into why in any kind of depth. I remember liking the song even before the rest of the album came out, because this was like a single that came out beforehand. You can see it's got a visualizer here, which is a rather unpleasant sight of being pulled over, but it is from this odd angle, that you would never actually see this from. So it's an interesting visual. It's a short loop. I think that there is a specific moment in the song this visual is mostly meant to reference, because there is kind of like a moment of getting pulled over almost. And so I'm going to try, without reading too deep into this and making shit up, to decode what I think this song is about, why the story is incomplete, and what the song is trying to say, but also acknowledging the fact that there is a lot that is deliberately not being said. And I'm not going to try to make up something in the place of what isn't there, because the fact that it's not there is part of the point of the song. The intro goes, "Yeah, I know, apologies, that's indiscreet. Here's the code, I know God, that's my homegirl up the street. What you need, show my hand, I understand what I should keep. It's contraband, yeah, yeah. It's contraband." So first of all, let's talk about contraband. Obviously, that is illegal stuff, but particularly that you're moving. If you are traveling with something that you're not supposed to have, you're moving something from one place to another that is not supposed to be in those places. I believe, I don't know exactly how you define contraband. That's how I think of it anyways. I have, where's my, this is contraband if I move this in a way that it's not allowed to be moved. The plug has bags of me is suggesting that the plug obviously is a drug dealer. The plug has bags of me means I am dope. And comparing yourself to dope is incredibly common in the music world, not only because a lot of musicians use dope and also create music often at the same time, but also because the experiences are comparable. They're trying to say the experience of my music is indivisible from the sensation of dope. Both of them are something that just makes you feel amazing, and to such an extent you feel like you need that specific thing over and over again. You form an addiction to my product. People are equipping themselves with me in order to sell to you because it is such an addictive substance, my music. So yeah, it's not an uncommon thing for a rapper to say. It is a fun new way of saying it, which is of course all we really can ask for out of any writing. But it's interesting how this song comes in. It's this very languid beat. It's kind of relaxed. There's a very up close to the ear guitar sound. There's multiple layers of Mike's voice kind of singing in this low lullaby whisper, but the melody starts wrong. The "yeah, I know" is wait, hold on, yeah, you know what? Why did the melody start? It goes, "Yeah, I know, apologies, that's indiscreet. Here's the code, I know God." So there's supposed to be a lead in, right? There's supposed to be a "here's the code, I know God." It's not supposed to be just "yeah, I know." The melody starts too abrupt compared to what it's about to continue to do. And the fact that he's saying, "yeah, I know," but then immediately apologizing for being indiscreet is suggesting "yeah, I came in early. Whoops, hold on, let me slow down, but I'm giving you the code. I know that I'm being indiscreet, but I'm about to give you the code. I know God. That's my homegirl up the street. Neighborhood gods unlimited. It's not just me. It's not just me and AQ. My homegirl up the street. That's God. I know God. I know all the unlimited number of neighborhood gods because I know everything. What you need, show my hand. I understand what I should keep. It's contraband. Yeah, it's contraband." So he's literally telling you, I am about to give you something that I ordinarily wouldn't. I'm about to give you something that I'm not supposed to give you, but I also am not going to give you all of it. I'm going to keep some of this to myself, but I'm going to give you enough that you're going to understand a little bit more, because I need to give you the dope. But for you to understand where the dope comes from, you know, you gotta hear about my homegirl up the street. I can only tell you so much, but here's what you need to know, basically. It's what this is suggesting. So what was missing before the yeah, I know? Got that good shit. That's doubly indiscreet, you know, to have said that. Got that good shit. Yeah, I know that's indiscreet. Now he's extra doubling down on whether he's talking about himself as I literally have the good, like my music is that good shit and I'm apologizing for being indiscreet about it, or is he saying that this person I'm about to tell you about is that good shit and I'm apologizing for the fact that I'm not supposed to even share this. This verse takes some really interesting, strange turns. It's got some repeated stuff, it's got some really coded stuff, and it's got some really direct stuff. We talked about a homegirl up the street, and there's a part of this verse that's talking about first grade teacher Miss Godbolt, and it makes you think, okay, that's the homegirl down the street. That's one of the gods. She's one of the people who helped him to know everything, as per what's going to be described in these lyrics. But there's also references to someone else, he's a treat, and to no fist fight, there not being a fist fight. Let's go through it, right? We unseen, ain't no fist fight. What I look like, he's a treat. Vis-a-vis, those that I stood by, I had a good cry, pleased to meet. We unseen. So immediately that makes me think about if there's more than one person within your consciousness, only one of them is ever going to be seen by the outside. You know, even if multiples of you front, like, people are never going to see you as multiple people necessarily unless they learn to. You know, it's always going to look like you're just one person. So there's always going to be this unseen side. That's how I take it as an alter anyway. We unseen. You could also be talking about, like, just people who are traumatized, or, you know, people specifically in the black community, considering that there's a heavy undercurrent of the way that black people are treated in America, especially by cops, all throughout this album. So whoever we is referring to, whether it's your community, the people in your neighborhood, or just the people in your head, they're not being seen. Ain't no fist fight. I'm assuming this is just Mike saying I've never been in a fist fight. I don't know. It's hard, like, or to trying to tell you this is not a violent encounter that's about to be described. I don't know exactly what this line means in this context, because it makes me think that it's something traumatic that just isn't a fight, you know. What I look like, he's a treat. Is he talking about himself when he says he? He says I and then he, but in a way that it doesn't sound like he's talking about another person. So is this two different sides of his consciousness talking about one another? Is he talking about someone else with the he's a treat? It's very cloudy. Then says vis-a-vis. Vis-a-vis means face to face. So what I look like, he's a treat. Is this a question and response? Like, he's asking, what do I look like? The response is, you know, he's a treat. Is the other person, is what they're thinking you look like when you're face to face? Those that I stood by, I had a good cry, pleased to meet. Like, is he saying that he's very happy that these two different sides of his consciousness found each other and were able to meet, and therefore, you know, he's, by standing by himself and the different sides of himself, he was able to have a soothing cry? Because there's other stuff on the album that implies stuff like that to have happened. But this is an odd place for it, unless it's that he's inviting back a part of himself that was created through these interactions with this woman, and like that maybe he had forgotten about her or blocked her out because of some kind of associated trauma, and now he's inviting, you know, the positive side and the influence back into his life by reacquainting with that part of his consciousness. That's like the best I can do, because these lines are so opaque otherwise. That's why I wanted to cover this album, because I'm like, if I don't read it as different sides of the same consciousness, it's just so coded that there's nothing else to get out of it. But it makes sense with this reading. We unseen, ain't no fist fight. Maybe, you know, you can't have a fist fight between different parts of your own brain. Literally, it's impossible. What I look like, he's a treat. Vis-a-vis those that I stood by, I had a good cry. Pleased to meet. I seen God, though. So now we're changing the subject, kind of. So it's like, I've seen, like, I'm glad we're together. Now let me tell you about God that I seen. You know, up the block, first grade teacher, Mrs. Godbolt. Show me thing that I do not know. On the bus, Southside Chicago. Spell tradition. Science fiction. Spelling bee took me to districts. Hyperbolic, syllabic, sesquidally mystic. Now, according to the interview that he did with Professor Sky, Sky asked, did you choose that because it sounds like something you'd say in a spelling bee? And he said yes, and also obviously it rhymes. I had also assumed that maybe Mrs. Godbolt actually showed him that album. I don't remember if that came up in the interview, if he pressed that line of questioning, but that's what it made me think hearing it here, was that she had taught him these various things. But it mostly seems like this woman took him to spelling bees, and probably learning how to spell contributed to the way that he speaks. My husband, Bird, had a speech impediment as a kid, and then participated in a bunch of spelling bees and stuff, some kind of like buzzer beater trivia thing that you can do in school, and he did that, causing him to, when he reads or thinks about words, to spell them out in his mind like hyper fast, and therefore he talks like this. You know, he talks like I do. He has like a very robust voice when it comes to pronunciation. And it's not like that just came naturally. Again, it's a practiced thing that was learned and kind of put into his head through doing these things. So it makes me wonder if maybe this was part of Mike's development as a rapper, you know, as somebody who's going to use words as their coping mechanism, being developed here through Mrs. Godbolt, teaching him about spelling things and taking him to spelling bees. And we unseen, ain't no fist fight. What I look like seems to be vis-a-vis those that I stood by. I had a good cry, sweet relief. So it seems like the good cry, I don't think the sweet relief line was in there before, yeah. So like revealing that the cry itself was like a nice thing. We get back to the chorus. Got that good shit, yeah I know. Apologies, that's indiscreet. Here's the code. I know God, that's my homegirl up the street. But then the beat does this thing where these horns crash in. And it's this really like dark, twisted, off-key, demented sounding like repetition of this horn solo. And Mike coming in louder and louder saying, what you got there, let me see. And so it kind of implies like getting pulled over. Like it sounds like you're getting pulled over and someone's asking what you got there, let me see. And, you know, whether it's a cop or just someone aggressing on you. Again, I don't want to try to, like, read into something that had a hole in it on purpose. Feels like the story is saying that something traumatizing happened where some involving contraband that, you know, packed away this memory that he's becoming reacquainted with in order to understand himself better. In music, pretty much any time a genre gets described as like art music, it's really describing the fact that the music is not pleasant the whole way. Open Mike Eagle literally invented the term art rap. We're going to talk about that more later in the review, but like he made an album called Unapologetic Art Rap in 2010 that introduced that term. And the term art rock itself was like a 2000s kind of buzz term. Mostly I remember being thrown around about System of a Down to describe the fact that they incorporate basically folk rock, but folk from Armenia. So it sounded different from what anybody was used to, so they called it art rock. A lot of the time, like the Mars Volta would get put into that category where they're more, I would consider, in like the prog dimension, and prog rock has always had these long dissociative segments where the music just carries on and you're meant to kind of drift into it and get taken somewhere else. And sometimes it can be like a really pleasant or an epic thing, and sometimes it could be a dark or dismal or weird experience. Or something just kind of gnashing, like in this case. This feels to me like something that would happen in a King Crimson song. So I'm going to consider this as art rap because I like to respect the labels that artists give themselves. But I also would consider this as a progressive rap album. And I have like a whole chart I put together called prog rap. Prog rap is real and it can hurt you. Like, to me, this falls into the same category as stuff like Dialect would do, or like Elucid would do, or like Navy Blue would do. And a lot of these guys share producers also. This song is produced by Kenny Siegel, who's one of my favorite producers, like going way back to, again, he's worked with a bunch of rappers that I've loved and people who surround Open Mike Eagle for a long time. Bus Driver once said Kenny Siegel's drums sounds like he's dropping desks, and I will never forget that. I think this beat is fantastic. I would love to have a Kenny Siegel beat myself one day. I was just so shocked by the way that Fantano took this song, when to me it was kind of obvious that it's like thematically relevant what's happening here. Like, this is a traumatic moment in the song. It is meant to pull you out of that warm sensation the song had until this point. It was like kind of pleasant. It was kind of nice. It was about a nice thing. And then you get pulled out of that by this tragedy, that you can't ignore because it goes on, and it's really quite insistent. If the song had kind of faded into the background for you, this makes you like, what is going on, whereas if you were really listening to it and this comes in, then it's like, oh no, like, this is awesome, it sounds so good, but what happened? We finally come back and we've dissociated from the entire memory, because the first lyric when we come back is, I still like Simon Petrikov because like him my mind is sectioned off. This was the line that first grabbed my attention on the whole album. This was the one that made me go, oh, this is a song about this. This is an album about dissociative identities, because that's the Ice King. Simon Petrikov was the original identity of the man who becomes the Ice King in Adventure Time. And I didn't even know. I had to look that shit up. I was like, I know I've heard that name. And then I looked it up and I was like, God damn it. I didn't watch all of Adventure Time. It was my little brother's thing. I just didn't get into it. I need to. I have a lot of friends who like it. I heard that and I was like, oh, your mind is sectioned off like mine is. Your mind is sectioned off like you have multiple whole different selves going on who don't share memories or can't associate to the same events. So one of them was enjoying this memory and the other one had to interrupt that because that memory goes somewhere dark that you can't handle, and so you have to take over. I still like Simon Petrikov because like him my mind is sectioned off. It's a one-size-fits philosophy for each of the splintered parts of me. So now we're getting like pretty direct. I have multiple splintered parts. Chest is wrinkled up. Flesh is crinkle cut. Secret questions, yes. Messing people up. I don't know what he means by chest is wrinkled up and flesh is crinkle cut necessarily, other than just like I'm getting old and tired and my body is deteriorating. But the secret questions, yes, messing people up lines makes me think about, again, there are deliberate hidden things in these songs, and not all of the answers are there, and not even all of the questions are there, and it's going to mess you up. You are going to either messing people up in the sense that, damn, this is messed up and now I feel messed up, or literally you are going to mess up trying to interpret it, like Anthony Fantano did. Safe house is filled with captured flags. That's a crazy line. Safe house is filled with captured flags. Like, I've been running around capturing people's flags and stowing them in my safe house. That's a really that's like a Pusha T bar. Actually, when you really think about that, that is a fucking Pusha T bar. That's almost like fucking white slave master souls in my safe, but it's even more threatening because he's implying that he's got other rappers' flags, and he's talked about like there's people out there that are acting corny that he's decided he might have to come after at some point. If it's who I think it is, I'd love to see it. Chop my old self up to acid jazz. That's another great lyric, especially because if you've ever done acid tabs, you do chop them up sometimes if you only want to do so much. But he's talking about chopping his old self up, as in turning himself into music through bars, up to acid jazz, which in this case is probably what's being sampled in this song. So he's literally describing the process of making this song, is chopping his old self up to acid jazz. Know what I have and haven't had, bought myself back in plastic bags. So now we're implying that he has done dope in order to have these realizations, in order to unlock these parts of his mind that are allowing him to go back. And he's been trying not to be direct about it, but if he says he bought himself back in plastic bags, let's call it contraband. It's possible that he's actually talking about music, though, right? Because music, CDs come in plastic bags, records come in plastic bags. You know, if he himself is contraband, if he is like dope, then maybe he's just talking about dope music that he bought and it brought parts of himself back. You know, maybe he's never even done a drug in his whole life. Who knows? Waiting to return to the land like... No rapper's ever done drugs. Waiting to return to the land like Rocket Man. Fuel cells burn, ain't no oxygen. Saw my eyes. They said not again, yeah. They said not again, yeah. They said not again. Waiting to return to the land like Rocket Man. When you've gotten too high and you're just up there. This kind of reminds me of doing acid, because acid takes forever. It's like an 8-hour trip. So if you're waiting to come back down, fuel cells burn, ain't no oxygen. Saw my eyes, they said not again, yeah. So that means like seeing yourself in the mirror, looking at your eyes, and your eyes are going, don't do this again. So I'm seeing here like doing drugs, not really enjoying it. Getting something back, but not enough. Maybe it's just, again, this song is an incomplete experience, and that's on purpose. It is about being traumatized, splintering into a new dimension, and then not being able to access where you were before completely. You know, not being able to really get back there. Maybe even the crashing of the horns is just meant to be doing drugs. I have an analysis that I haven't finished. I'll probably have to redo the parts I had recorded and make it for this channel about Francis the Mute by the Mars Volta, which almost every song is like simultaneously a metaphor for dying and doing drugs, because when you die, your brain puts out drugs. So they just keep referencing that correlation constantly across that album.
1, 2. These is letters to editors. They pointed the obvious, the articles out loud. Scan it, deposit their all-time habits at once.
Track 4, Almost Broke My Nucleus Accumbens, is maybe the most straightforward song on this album, which feels like a weird thing to say because it's not necessarily a straightforward song, but it probably just sounds the most like an MF Doom song. And Open Mike Eagle did work with MF Doom during his life. He counted it as one of his great achievements in his life. Obviously, he's a huge fan of Doom. Aside from him doing, like, kind of being on, like, a Doom-esque beat in this song, produced, I guess, by Playa Hayes, who I don't know, Still Rift is featured on this. Also an artist I don't know, but who sounds very Doom-like on this beat. You could have told me this was a Doom feature if I didn't know Doom was dead. And I was never as big of a Doom fan as a lot of people that I know who like worship MF Doom, but his features on like Gorillaz albums, which I wore into the ground growing up, were pretty influential on me. I've always liked his voice and his beats in particular. I've done a whole Doombot album where I just freestyled a bunch of my own songs over Doom beats. With a small amount of research, I am now revealing how little of an Open Mike Eagle fan I truly have been up until this point. I need to emphasize like how striking this album is to me, and why that like makes me more of a fan and want to lead back, and why I'm so offended by like the Fantano album, where he kind of acted like this was almost a low point compared to where Mike had been, and I'm like, this is the most excited I've been about him. But Still Rift is somebody who's appeared on a bunch of his albums and is also 1/3 of the group Previous Industries, which is Open Mike Eagle, Still Rift, and Video Dave, who I believe also appears on this album. And I think they put out a record altogether like not that long ago. When did this come out? Yeah, last year, Service Merchandise. And this year they put out Evergreen Plaza. I'm pretty sure I listened to Evergreen Plaza once, but it is sincerely art rap. It is sincerely like, you cannot just throw it on and listen to it and get the full experience of it. And so if you do listen to one of these albums in that hurried kind of, I'm just trying to write a review, I'm just trying to get it real quick and move on kind of a way, you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get that much out of it. You know, I heard this the first time, and there was only so many lyrics that really stood out to me, like the Simon Petrikov one, but those clued me into what it was about in such a way that every time I've listened to it again, more and more of it was unveiled to me, you know, and at this point I'm like going into the lyrics to find what I think it really means, and even then I'm not going to find everything, you know, especially if Open Mike Eagle reacts to this video in any way, then that's going to, you know, open my mind in another way where maybe he'll tell me I'm wrong about certain things outright, or he'll tell me, oh, this was a really interesting perspective. I don't know. My relationship to this album continues to evolve and is not something I would just tack a score onto and then move on with my life. These is letters to editors. They point at the obvious, the articles out loud, scan it, deposit it. All time happens at once. I love all my habits and stunts. I took lumps, not lessons. Accepted every stupid condition. I don't know what to do with the prison. Superpositioned. Getting lost in assorted flavors. Or getting traded like I'm Gordon Hayward. The streets is named for important slavers. Pockets full of bullet-addled wallets. My feelings hella little. I had to put 'em on some apple boxes for the optics. Saying these is letters to editors, they point at the obvious, almost feels like he's talking directly to me, the person who is auditing the lyrics and being told, hey, I'm telling you, this is the obvious part. This is the one where I'm just saying things out loud, and they are a bunch of kind of disconnected things, but again, he knows everything on this album. So this is the everything that he's knowing in this very disconnected pastiche way, which is usually how rap lyrics are written. Rap lyrics don't usually try, well, you know, there are famous storytelling raps and people who do those really well, but the broad majority of rap is just kind of a pastiche of lifestyle, you know. This song is kind of like that, but it's a philosophical lifestyle, more of a worldview type of a rap. The article's out loud, scan it, deposit it. All right, let's do it. All time happens at once. This is a very important concept to me. And I don't think a lot of people like think about it all the time or really regard it or even like realize that it's true. But like you can take photos of the past, or rather I should say, when you look at the sun, you're seeing what it looked like 8 minutes ago. Like the present for you is the past for the sun. Both of those things are happening. You know, like if that sun goes out, it takes 8 minutes before it's going to go out for you. Like the past and the present are both happening at the same time because of the dilation of time that is just caused by gravity. So like our experience of time is because of the fact that we have like a linear physical experience, even though like mentally we can perceive the fact that the past did happen because we remember it. And we can kind of anticipate certain things about the future because they're predictable, you know. So, like, there is an extent to which we understand that all time happens at once, but we can't affect it we can't affect the future or the past. We can only affect the present. And so we kind of feel this sense of being locked into a moment, even though, like, you know, we know that we are also experiencing the future and the past at the same time. And particularly in the 2020s, I've been meaning, but Trixie has been meaning to make a video. Trixie the Golden Witch is one of my alternate personalities. She has her own YouTube channel that's like cursed and doomed, and YouTube hates it, which is why she's not making videos like this. Not that I think she really wants to, but she has been planning to make a video about how all of time is kind of folding into itself this decade, because we have uniquely on like a broad cultural level not only access to but a willingness to access like all of historical culture on a level, you know, heretofore unseen. So it feels like all of history is suddenly relevant to like everybody in a way that just has never been. And it's almost being taken for granted because it's happening to everyone at once, especially after lockdowns where everybody was kind of online. And so yeah, the fact that all time is happening at once is really starting to affect culture in a way I don't think it ever had before. I love all my habits and stunts. Great bar, just a great establishing of yourself, which, again, this is something that rappers kind of always say, but it's funny for him to say it in such a meta way. Rather than describing the habits and stunts themselves, he's just saying that he loves all of them regardless what they are. I took lumps, not lessons, which is, basically another way of saying I had a hard knock life. Accepted every stupid condition. Now that's where you start to hear the kind of like regret, this feeling of I was too much of a pushover, I should have been more aggressive earlier, I don't know what to do with the prison. And this is like catching up to where I'm stumped now. Like before I was stumped in these other circumstances that made me feel like I was in a mental prison, and now I'm feeling like I don't know what to do literally about the mental or physical prison. Like, what do I do about prison? How do I solve that? Because, there's an undercurrent again in this album of prison on all these different levels being the problem, that America is imprisoning people in order to operate. That is a part of how it operates, is through the act of imprisonment, through all these different layers. Most pressingly, literal prison. And then he says superpositioned. Now just throwing that in as a bar is crazy. Just literally just saying superpositioned while describing yourself. So, how does a superposition work? Apologies about the rain sound. But yeah, being superpositioned, I was thinking about how this album kind of functions like a standalone complex. To reference Ghost in the Shell, which I've got here as my background, this incredibly shitty looking picture from the PS1 game of my girl Motoko. The anime standalone complex talks about this idea that there are certain things where any individual piece is representative of the whole, but also subsists as its own individual piece. And being a system of mind very much feels like being a standalone complex, but also a TV show or an album is itself a standalone complex. Way back in a past life, under a totally different identity, I had a whole analysis about Ghost in the Shell and talking about how the show itself is a standalone complex in the way that it's formatted, but also is tackling that as a theme within the story. And this album is kind of doing the same thing. It is tackling the theme of being a system that is comprised of these different parts that some of them have their own names, or some of them can't access the same memories as one another, but they're all still in here operating as one unit, even though there is discord between those elements that would make you think that they couldn't necessarily exist in the same system, and yet they must. Now, as an alter, like, if I'm not speaking, if I'm not performing anything, I don't feel as though I am necessarily being like one of myselves. Like, there's an aspect of what we call fronting, which is where like one personality is kind of using the body. And in my case, it doesn't always mean that the other ones are silent or non-present or don't know what's happening or aren't even complicit or helping in making it happen. It's kind of like being in, one of those like Power Ranger mechs where you got like 6 or 7 people, but they're all in the same cockpit, and some of them are moving different limbs at the same time or paying attention to different things at the same time. Sometimes I can feel like multiples are activated at once, literally just like focused on different things, or bouncing between one another sort of rapidly when one gets tired, swapping out. So, like, when I'm not doing anything, I feel superpositioned, and then as soon as there is an action taken, then it means that now I am being that person. Like, right now I'm being Nova, So I'm not being any of the other parts of me. And as that remains true, it changes how I see myself, because I've spent more time in this personality, kind of strengthening it, giving me more of a sense of that I have been this person than that I have been some of the other people. And so in that way, it cannot return to being the same superposition again. Once I return to superposition, it will be a different superposition. So return is not even the right word. It's more like once I enter another superposition at the end of, performing Nova, then I may or may not perform that character even the same way, because there might be something different that transpires between those spaces. Getting lost in assorted flavors, as is put next. And that's another funny thing where, like, to me, any really great rap bar means at least two things, right? So when you're getting lost in assorted flavors, you could be yourself being the assorted flavors that you are getting lost in, or this is about, choice paralysis, which for me is something, if I have too many options, it's going to take me forever to narrow down, like, who wants what most, what is the thing that pulls to me the strongest. It is easy to get lost in assorted flavors. Particularly, I think about when I used to buy like anime DVDs and manga, and I would just stare at the shelves for like 45 minutes, trying to decide what I'm going to spend my limited amount of money on. Getting traded like I'm Gordon Hayward also. I think that the choice of the name Gordon Hayward was mostly who is a sports star that rhymes with assorted flavors. Great pull. But getting traded, again, if your mind is trading between different fronts, then it feels like you're suddenly on different teams or something like that. Also, I should mention, Open Mic has been between different record labels, different groups, different like sort of art collectives. When I first found out about Mike was during the Hellfire Club era, which is its own set of traumas and events that we're not even going to get into unless it becomes relevant on this album, which I don't think it will, because we've mostly been sitting in the 90s so far, like the late 90s. I don't know if this album is just specifically about the late 90s, but that seems to be where we've been at. But yeah, getting traded like I'm Gordon Hayward. The streets is named for important slavers. Now that's just one of those wham lines that just hits you right in the face. And like, I don't know if this exact line has been said before, this exact sentiment, but it's one of those that like is perennial. Anybody could have said this and it would be equally true, because it's like you can go anywhere in America and the streets are all named the same shit. They're all named after founding fathers and, like, again, just important slavers. Like, for the most part, all the people who built the country, who had all the money, were slavers. Like, it's a constant reminder of what America was founded on. And again, this album keeps referencing that foundational thing. It keeps saying, like, America goes back to slavery. America goes back to imprisonment. And it's still like that. And he's drawing this parallel between the world around him and himself diving back into this trauma, diving back into this mental imprisonment that began at this early point and trying to unpack it and undo it. Pockets full of bullet-addled wallets. My feelings hella little. I had to put 'em on some apple boxes for the optics. So apple boxes, I assume this is referring to like a soapbox, because, standing on a soapbox is this classic idea, like an Apple crate or something. But then there's also like Apple computers. So if he's using an Apple box, maybe that's part of what he means, putting his feelings on some Apple boxes for the optics. I feel like I'm missing like another meaning in there, specifically because of the "for the optics" line makes me think that there's more to why. I don't know why putting your little feelings up on Apple boxes would be good for the optics, but it seems like it's working. It's in the context of these lyrics. But yeah, this is kind of a very broad lens of what this whole album is saying. Again, it's letters to editors pointing out the obvious. All time happens at once. So this is about, the present as it is reflected by the past. It's about these accepting stupid conditions like the Mephistos, not knowing what to do with the prison of the mind, being superpositioned, getting lost in assorted flavors, traded in and out, and constantly being reminded that your trauma goes way back. It goes before you. It goes to the birth of the country that you're in. That history is nothing but money based on violence. Violence-assisted profit is what all the power we have in this country comes from the fact that our country won at war. America is really good at war, and we built an economy on being so good at war, significantly reduced the level of violence necessary in conflict by raising the level of potential violence to such an unthinkable, unquantifiable level that nobody wants to test it. We are a bullet-backed economy. We're not a green-backed economy. We are a bomb-backed economy. My feelings hella little. I had to put them on some Apple boxes for the optics. So maybe he's saying that because his feelings are little, he had to stand them up on some apple boxes so they would look taller, because that will make him look more important. Great little verse. It's incredibly short. It is a very short, very just like open statement, kind of restating some of the points from the opening track. You know, it does feel again like a bit of an opening theme song, but this one's a little closer to the heart of the matter, a little bit more, even more broad than the first one, because it doesn't also have a story. Now, Still Rift comes in here in a way that it's hard for me to know how much of this is like playing to the themes of the album and how much this is just a dope ass rap verse. This song feels to me like it is mostly meant to just flex how cool of rhymes they could come up with, because I mean the rhymes in that first one were the craziest part of it. Like the just thinking of putting those words together and making them rhyme. And here we could sketch a little piggy's house. I draw the short straw every time. Going through the motions like an empty-handed pantomime. On a dime, Tina Turner, eat the cake and have it all supposedly. Father, I have sinned, I'll count the rosary beads. Very weird placement of rhymes in this and statements already. We could sketch a little piggy's house. So this is making me think about the little piggies who get their houses blown down by the big bad wolf. And it's reminding me of, you know, Mike saying that his feelings are small. He put them on some apple crates, and then, you know, he's sketching a little piggy's house. I draw the short straw every time, meaning he's the straw pig, the pig whose house is made of straw, but also drawing the short straw because that is the fate of the piggy whose house is made of straw, is that he drew the shortest straw of them all, right? Going through the motions like an empty-handed pantomime. Basically just, feeling dissociated is what it sounds like, feeling not completely present. But then, on a dime, Tina Turner, eat the cake and have it all supposedly. So this is again describing like shifting personalities really quickly, going from a dissociative superposition to suddenly being super active on a dime. A dime is a 10, right? Number 10, we all know that a 10 would be a woman who's a 10, Tina Turner. But also she's turning on a dime, Tina Turner, on a dime, Tina Turner. Eat the cake and have it all supposedly. I don't know if this is a reference to a Tina Turner lyrics. I don't know any of her music. I know that she is considered to be like just one of the greats, you know, one of those people who was like legendary and basically had it all. So if the reference is just Tina Turner or somebody who could eat the cake and, you know, have her cake and eat it too, supposedly, then, comparing himself to that, I guess. But then saying, Father, I have sinned, I'll count the rosary beads. I think that was mostly just to put that rhyme, to rhyme supposedly with rosary beads, and then, you know, use that as your bridge into the next rhyme scheme. Commit to ways and means or wants and needs. The tax man separates, I'll kill it if it bleeds. Interesting. The tax man does decide what is like stuff that you wanted and stuff that you needed for work. Especially when you're an artist, you have to be like a lot of what you do you can write off on your taxes depending on how you can incorporate it into your art and prove the necessity of it. So yeah, there is definitely a tax element to, you know, how the government's kind of deciding what you are allowed to do subtly through the suggestion given by how they tax you. I'll kill it if it bleeds, sweep up the supermarket floors, clean up on aisle 4, shrink wrap and body bags, plus a toe tag for the morgue. I don't know if he's just talking about having been having worked at the supermarket as a cleaner at some point. Shrink wrap and body bags plus a toe tag for the morgue. Just sounds like some hard stuff to say. In store, marked down forever. Marked down forever is crazy, actually. 21 chromosomes, X and Y, axis of evil resides, ask and ye shall provide. X and Y, axis of evil resides. X and Y, you know, chromosomes is what gives you male parts. X and Y coordinates, right, creates an axis. So the axis of evil resides on X and Y, meaning that being a man or masculinity is evil? Maybe? Is that what we're saying here? X and Y, axis of evil resides. Ask and ye shall provide, RZA and True collide. So I assume this is just saying his influences, RZA and True. 21 chromosomes You're supposed to have more than that, right? Marched down forever, like Down syndrome. Like, does he have Down syndrome? I don't know. We the black men that struck bacon grease the slaughterhouse of Vonnegut, big bad Wolfenstein to hell and back to jazz it up. I have never read Slaughterhouse 5. I don't know what he's saying about the bacon grease specifically. Big bad Wolfenstein to hell and back to jazz it up. I mean, I know Slaughterhouse is an anti-war book. Wolfenstein is about killing Nazis. Maybe they're just talking about killing Nazis here, you know, being against, broadly against fascism. But yeah, this is a crazy, weird verse. It's incredibly strange. It seems broadly like he's saying that he's weak and scared, but then sometimes will suddenly become, you know, tough and crazy. And there's kind of this back and forth between them all throughout the verse of going from being like, I'm the little piggy, I'm gonna die, and then bam, now I'm Tina Turner, and then now I'm in the fucking supermarket cleaning up, having Down syndrome. But then through the power of hip hop, through the power of learning, through stuff like Vonnegut and Wolfenstein, I guess, self-empowering to have something to fight against, you know, something that if it's bleeding, you will try to kill, such as, I guess, in this case, America. Now, this song, interestingly, it just goes verse, verse, and then we go into another kind of dissociative bit where there's this repeated news clip sample going like, we're going to talk about wonder drugs of the 90s, wonder drugs of the 90s. So again, reminding us that we're still in like Mike's early 20s, in the 90s, using drugs to get some more of himself, right? Contraband was the drugs were how he was finding himself, right? Well, in this song, there's this kind of breakdown. The music ends and we come into a totally different beat, and he's obsessively prowling the streets going, how do I get some more me? How do I get some more me? How do I get some more me? So jonesing to get back more of that feeling of getting closer to yourself. So now I'm quite convinced we're talking about drugs, because there explicitly was talking about wonder drugs of the 90s, and he sounds like he's like having withdrawals, you know, like literally begging to figure out how am I going to get some more of the contraband that brings me closer to myself. And this is something that I am a marijuana addict. You saw I pulled this out earlier. I have this on me for a reason, you know, like this is something I struggle with and I can't really afford because I don't make that much money. So like I have this exact feeling. How do I get some more me? But also like feeling divided, feeling splintered. How do I get closer to the other versions of myself? How do I find them? How do I make us feel more unified in one so that we don't feel superpositioned as often? How do I feel like we are all taking action that is gratifying to everyone and, you know, and doesn't lead to further dissociation where like you look back on it and wonder like, why did I do that? And end up stuck analyzing, you know, your behaviors in a negative light. Like, how do I create circumstances where we feel like we're being compelled forward and everybody's getting what they want, you know? How do I get some more me? How do I get some more me? How do I feel more present with myself? How do I become more of me? In this particular spot in Mike's life, as a 20-something in the 90s, this is coming through drugs. But I think that, you know, present tense Mike is also having these moments, you know. I'm sure he still is using this music because the music is, again, part of the contraband. It's all metaphorical on every level. So whether he was ever talking about drugs, he was also always talking about music and always talking about himself as a musician as part of the drugs. So, you know, present tense him is also saying, how do I find inspiration? How do I create more music? How do I put more of me into the music? What's another trauma I can decompress into a song so that I can fill out my album? If you want to be really cynical about it. Great fucking song. Once again, we've tied it in, like, even though it's like the most broad, it still manages to feel like a moment in time, because the last song he was doing drugs, this is him powered up on the drugs, feeling very himself, then crashing back down to earth and desperate to get back to that feeling.
And it got ran over. Didn't even see it, now it's in a bunch of pieces. I dropped my cell phone and it got ran over. Super flat case with a smashed up face. Priceless data written on
Okay, but I'm the phone screen is, depending on your mood and how much you relate to it, either the goofiest shit post or the most like somber reflection on like a pattern of behavior that, while not like world shattering, is still like really disappointing to find in yourself. And it's brilliant in that it can be used in both of these ways. The song sounds somber. It sounds like legitimately hurt and lost and dissociative, chilled out, laid back. It's definitely not like a huge emotion. It's more of a pulled out emotion. But when you actually zero in on the lyrics, they're hilarious. And they are sad. They are about a sad situation, but they take it in a very funny way. And are, there's a kind of self-awareness about the idea that while this is not, again, necessarily like a super serious situation, it is indicative of a pattern of behavior that, when reminded of it, kind of puts you in this certain headspace, or at least puts Mike in this headspace. And the title of the song is really clever. Okay, but I'm the phone screen. Even just reading that, I had a feeling the phone screen was going to be smashed in the song, since the whole album's about being shattered. So this is almost like directly saying like, hey, I am a shattered phone screen. Like, this is the most obvious statement. But it's also the only thing that really directly ties it to the rest of the album thematically, because the song doesn't talk about him being the phone screen. It doesn't talk about him being a shattered individual. It talks about this specific event that seems to be happening in the present as opposed to in the 90s, but that this is the behavior in present tense that reminds him of what happened back then and reminds him of this position he's been in, puts him back into thinking about the titanic, weight of all of the trauma that has built him to this point of being this person who does this thing, who makes this mistake, because he is just like this phone screen. And so that's the tragic comparison that underlies what is otherwise kind of a funny tongue-in-cheek story about dropping your phone in the road, but kind of being heartbroken because you just wrote a bunch of really good songs on that phone and now you'll never get them back. Just in case you weren't sure if Contraband started midway through its melody on purpose, this song does the exact same thing. It starts mid-sentence, and it got ran over. Wait, what? You can't start with and? There has to be something before and it got ran over. It's like right away at the start of the song. Didn't even see it, now it's in a bunch of pieces. Now, one of my favorite albums by the Mars Volta is Amputexture, which is an album about amputation and about also like this great history of trauma and violence, dating all the way back, mostly examining like Christianity's history with violence and how that is like, still affecting the psyche of people today. And on that album, there's a lot of songs that really just kind of start, and especially they all just like end. None of them has like a proper ending. They just cut off and the next song begins. And sometimes even in the middle of songs, there's this feeling of just like switching gears and doing something a bit different all of a sudden. And so this album reminds me of that. It has that disjointed quality of songs literally start mid-sentence, and then they let you know what the start of the sentence would have been because they'll go back over that and complete the melody, So it's like drawing attention to the fact that it is starting out of nowhere, almost being cut off, like how with the first Star Wars movie, like Lucas didn't film enough, so like there's certain scenes that just feel really disjointed because there wasn't enough to edit with, to let it have the breathing room that would be natural. This album's like replicating that on purpose. Obviously, this being one of the longer songs on the album, it does have space to breathe and really tell this whole story and let you sink into it and really feel this moment, even though it starts out of fucking nowhere. But it starts at that moment of realization that the phone has been run over. He didn't even see it. Now it's in a bunch of pieces. He had not even realized he had dropped his phone by the time it got ran over. So from his perspective, he just looks behind him and his phone is destroyed. He didn't perceive it falling out of his pocket. So we're joining the story where he, has the moment of dramatic realization. And then he unpacks from there what must have happened. He didn't even see it. Now it's in a bunch of pieces. I dropped my cell phone, and it got ran over. I dropped my cell phone. He didn't know that, though. He only knew it got ran over. But then he realized he must have dropped it. Super flat case with a smashed up face. Now, I carry around an iPhone, what is this, 16? A super flat case. I've dropped this thing a billion times. I am shocked at the resilience of this fucking phone, especially with such a small case around it. If this thing got ran over, of course it would be destroyed. I have dropped it 100 million times because I'm clumsy and dissociative, and sometimes I just forget I'm even holding it. Sometimes I'm just standing there holding it, and then I have just dropped it. And I'm like, oh, whoops, forgot I was holding a phone. The chorus of the song, priceless data written on my machine. Lost words may affect all my esteem. Scratched up trying to climb walls in a dream. 16 cuts trying to draw on a screen. Did he really cut his fingers up trying to draw on the screen? Priceless data written on my machine. Lost words may affect all my esteem. So it seems like the songs that he wrote on his phone were tough songs to write. Scratched up trying to climb up walls in a dream. Like, he had scratched up his phone. Maybe he was trying to draw something. Maybe he was just writing songs. Whatever artistic projects he had on his phone, all of them evaporated, and they were things that he had really put a lot of work and effort into making real, and doesn't know if he's going to be able to make them real again. They may just be gone. David Lynch, rest in peace, was very adamant about the idea that whenever he lost a thought or an idea, he immediately wanted to kill himself. And I'm saying that is the phrasing he would use over and over and over again. There's a great compilation of it. But he was very insistent that it immediately leads to that feeling of, oh, can't live anymore. I forgot my idea. So you have to write your ideas down. You have to make sure that they get done, or else you're going to... And I am somebody who lives with a lot of guilt of unfulfilled ideas I have, but I don't usually forget that I ever had them. I just live with a tremendous number of ideas unfulfilled in my head all the time, which is its own problem. I do know what it's like to lose some stuff that you were working on and still thought was going to be good, and now you're just like, well, I guess... Can I even access those feelings again? Do I even know how I did that before? And clearly in this case, it was a pretty serious loss because we have the rest of the song ahead of us. I was on a little road, shit was smashed to pieces, so I didn't have control. I was using applications to record my little goals. Looks like I was the assassin hidden on the grassy knoll. I was trying to cross the street. The light was turning yellow, thinking that I had it beat. So I took another measure, then decided to retreat. My phone fell out of my pocket, didn't hear it hit the street. I was walking to the liquor store to get something to drink, and suddenly my buds was glitching like they on the blink. And my phone ain't in my pocket, so my stomach starts to sink. Did I drop it in the road? It's looking like it, no. Maybe never had it, like I left the thing at home. This has got to be out of the Bluetooth signal zone, but thinking back, I probably should have known. I mean, I can't read this not in a funny way. It sounds like Dr. Seuss, first of all. It's deliberately incredibly basic rhymes, but to a level where rhyming road with no is hilarious. It's so simplistic it doesn't even make sense, and he obviously could have picked another word, but he's trying to do this kind of almost British dry comedy. It's looking like it, no. There's a level of he's really making fun of himself for this. How could I be so clumsy? How can I, as a grown adult, with real investment emotionally in what I'm doing with this device, be so flippant with it? And there's this added sense of guilt on top of it of I was going out to buy alcohol, so there's that sense of, it's not like I was doing something noble or something good. It's I was truly at my lowest, doing this mundane task. And now I'm below my lowest because I was so inattentive. And it's, again, bringing me back when I actually ask myself that question, why am I so inattentive? Oops, now we're slipping into trauma territory, and that trauma well goes endlessly deep, especially when you wake up knowing everything. Also mentioning suddenly my buds was glitching like they on the blink. So the reason he even noticed that his phone had gotten run over is that he was listening to music in the earbuds, and then all of a sudden it went and he went, what the fuck? And then realized his phone had been run over. Well, not even that it had been run over, that it's not in his pocket, and then he looks around and finds it. And he almost convinces himself that he had left his phone at home somehow and walked out of the Bluetooth signal zone. Like that there must be some kind of logic by which it didn't simply get run over just now and he didn't just drop it. Also, looks like I was the assassin hidden on the grassy knoll. Very dissociative bar there. Like, you're literally getting your brain blown out by yourself. So, like, the image of I'm way over here targeting myself in the sniper is just, it fits the tone of the album really well. I lost all notes, rap voice memos to turn into demos. I started ideas for like 8 or 9 songs, and some of them was 2 minutes long. I don't feel strong. It's not like it all went wrong, but I'm pouring out for ideas gone. Like something got away, I'm trying to move forward. But I think I gotta say, I'm a little bit in mourning for the portion in my brain that's got to grab words before they circle down the drain. I feel a little injured and I don't give a fuck about the pixels and economic floods that write Dead Sea scriptures. I'm looking for a miracle from smashed phone fixers. That's where the verse just suddenly like flexes to remind you that he is still like a dope ass rapper and he's doing the like basic rhymes as a joke. Like slow for having done this. I don't feel like a badass in this moment. I don't feel like a top tier rapper. I feel like a sad kid trying to rhyme about how I lost my song. Some of them was 2 minutes long is the funniest bar in the whole thing. That's the most like undercutting it, where like 2 minutes is long for a rap verse, all right? Like, I rarely write songs that are more than 2 minutes. If you've listened to a lot of my music, my latest EP is 6 songs in 11 minutes or so. Like, it's, you know, that's an average of under 2 minutes. So I get it. Some of them 2 minutes long feels like a big loss, but like, it's just funny because by music standards, that's like a short song. It's not like a super long. We know Open Mic could write 4.5 minute songs. It's a funny, you know, again, 8 or 9 songs is also not a tremendous. I have hundreds of songs in my phone. So that means that like he only had 8 or 9 songs that either that he really cared about or fully fleshed out, or maybe he had just started a new project and everything else in his phone has already been used. Like a lot of the bars in my phone are used. You know, I said I have hundreds of bars. I don't have hundreds of unused bars. But I write my bars in my phone. So yeah, it's got way more than 8 or 9 songs, you know, but like these are new songs he started ideas for. So like, yeah, this is like a new project in development that's basically just evaporated is what it's feeling like. You know, again, he says, I don't feel strong. That's why he's rhyming long, strong, and wrong, because he doesn't feel like top tier rapper. But even though it's not like it all went wrong, he's pouring out for ideas gone, which I keep wanting to say long gone just because I want to add more in. I'm pouring out for ideas gone, which is a cute sentiment in and of itself. Like that is basically the theme of the song, kind of drawing it all together. You know, pouring out for ideas gone is the perfect way to describe like feeling legitimately sentimental, but in like a funny way, right? Like pouring out liquor is kind of a funny way of being sentimental. It's like a very macho kind of like oddly American. I don't know if it's actually starts from here or anything, but it's the kind of thing that is funny to consider like a sincere sentiment, but it also is real. Like we get it. Like, yeah, you know, you're sacrificing something to someone who would have appreciated it spiritually, you know. So the idea's gone would have appreciated the liquor because you were coming home with alcohol. You know, like the point was to go home, get drunk, and maybe make more of these songs. And now the songs are gone and you've just got the alcohol. Pour some out for the songs, you know. Pouring out for ideas gone. Again, cute sentiment. I think we can all relate to that statement by itself, independent of the rest of the song. Like something got away. I'm trying to move forward, but I think I gotta say, I'm a little bit in mourning for the portion in my brain. So again, we're referring to the brain having portions, referring to it being fractured, literally fractions, different dividends. You know, we keep bringing up this idea of there's only so only certain parts at a time. There's one portion in the brain that has to grab words before they circle down the drain. Somewhere in Open Mic's brain is a David Lynch that is like, I cannot handle when you let go of these ideas. I feel a little injured, you know, like being completely real about it. I feel a little injured. It's like that's the space of the song, which is really funny. It's just funny to even have a rap song about feeling a little injured, you know. And I don't give a fuck about the pixels. And this is where, like, again, we're getting really, really real. Like, he's like, hey, I don't care about the phone. I don't care about economic floods that write Dead Sea scriptures. I'm looking for a miracle from smashed phone fixers. So he's like, I'm not worried about the thing surviving. I'm worried about, can someone get the fucking data off of it? I just want those songs. I want the 8 or 9 songs. That's all I care about, you know. Economic floods that write Dead Sea scriptures. I don't know exactly what he means by that. That's just a crazy sounding bar, but but it rhymes really well with smashed phone fixers. And then the outro is the funniest bit, right? This is where this is like stand up Open Mic returns, and this is the closest to like an out and out stand up bit on the album so far, where he comes in and just says, this is a little like when RZA's basement flooded and he lost all them discs. It's like that, but like less devastating. Now, even if you haven't heard of this event, he's describing it in enough detail here that you get it, right? Obviously, RZA of the Wu-Tang, who was already mentioned on the album earlier, interestingly enough, lost a whole bunch of records from a basement flood at some point, and this was similar. Saying it's like that but less devastating is such an understatement, right? It's like that was probably hundreds of thousands of dollars or something worth of damages, and he's talking about losing an iPhone with 8 or 9 songs in it, you know? So it's, you know, really drawing attention to the gap between how serious the feeling is for him and how serious of an like actual cataclysm it is on a world scale, right? Like, even the RZA's basement flooding and losing a bunch of discs is not a big deal to anyone but the RZA and, you know, people who maybe would have liked those albums to survive. But like, even then, that is tremendously more than what is actually happening here. I should have put it in the cloud. I didn't have it backed up. I might have got smashed by a Mack truck. It might have got smashed by a Mack truck. The whole body flattened and the glass cracked up. My girl helped me get the SIM card. It was mad dust. So yeah, the phone is fucked. It is gone. It is absolutely done. There's no chance. I should have put it in the cloud. I didn't have it backed up. It's particularly funny. Like, I'm wondering how, like, I have a lot of shit in, like, I do write my raps in the Notes app and I don't back it up to cloud. I think it is automatically backed up to cloud probably, but I've just been writing all my shit in Notes. Like, sometimes I will import it to Google Docs just so that it's on my computer, but you know, I don't have like Apple whatever set up. Yeah, again, funny song but also deep, connects to the themes of the album. And I think is like it's very much an Open Mic Eagle song. And when he was listening to it during the listen party, he was like, this happened right down the street, you know, like this is literally just something that happened recently that fits the themes of the album. And, you know, again, all time is happening at once on this album. So even though we've mostly been in the 90s, we are also in the present. I don't know if we're going to end up in any other time periods. And that's something that I'm very curious about as we go forward, is like, now that we've bridged between, you know, we started in the present, we moved back to the 90s, we moved back to the present, is there going to be something in between?
I get weird even when I'm by myself. I make faces even when I'm by myself. I talk loud even when I'm by myself. I yell fuck that even when I'm by myself.
Alright, Michael J. Wonder. This is one of my favorite songs on the album. Maybe the most immediately lyrically relatable. With most of this I could relate to, like, very specifically. And it is kind of just a self-love anthem, but also with a kind of tongue-in-cheek and somewhat self-critical lens. Self-love while being acknowledging that self is a dork and self is kind of weird and something that maybe other people would find off-putting. But to me personally, again, this is just literally me. The lyrics, I get weird even when I'm by myself. I make faces even when I'm by myself. I talk loud, even when I'm by myself. I yell fuck that even when I'm by myself. I write raps even when I'm by myself. I do dance moves even when I'm by myself. I crack jokes even when I'm by myself. I say hell nah even when I'm by myself. And I gotta say, speaking personally, I'm more likely to do these things when I'm by myself. I feel more self-conscious when I feel like I'm going to be overheard. Like, even right now, knowing there's other people who can hear me is why I'm not going to be, like, as loud when I say, I'm not yelling fuck that right now. People are sleeping, you know? But, like, if I were in isolation, if nobody was home, I would absolutely be doing all those things. Yeah, I feel like I've been shamed out of being as much of myself around other people as I would be and am when I am by myself. I was shattered in the early 90s, clean wings in a dirty mind. It's South Africa in 39. It's people fighting in the foreign wars. What's the smallest people can divide? Where's my heart? Where my ankle go? It's the missing pieces of the spine. I left a little piece of in you of I. Oh, sorry. I left a little piece in you of I. I bought some pieces of a human heart. 3/5 of mine had been euthanized. I was my own Dr. Frankenstein. My hands glowing like Hohenheim, and that's the only way I sniff a line. Me bumping me again, it's Christmas time. Every evening by myself, meeting, memorizing mental health secrets, 'cause I've been looking for some space to lie, or wrestling without the grays of sky, looking up to cover it, skate or die. I play the same game musically. I want some big chunky gold orangutan jewelry. Okay. So I was shattered in the early 90s is just like a very direct, I've been this way since the early 90s is what he's just flat out saying. Clean wings in a dirty mind. Interesting. Basically saying I didn't actually do anything dirty. I just thought a lot of dirty thoughts. It's South Africa in 39. I don't know what that means. Is that when apartheid happened? I don't know my South African history at all. It's people fighting in the foreign wars. So what's the smallest people can divide? I mean, people blowing up in war can divide pretty fucking tiny. Where's my heart? Where my ankle go? I mean, when you blow up, that's a question you'll definitely be asking yourself. Ankle makes me think of having an ankle brace on, you know, something locking you down as a slave or a prisoner. It's the missing pieces of the spine. The spine being the most important, you know, part of your body that like controls everything, your nervous system. I left a little piece in you of I. That is the kind of lyric I would write or have written, you know, very insistent on this idea that like there's a constant trade between us. Like you hearing me right now is doing something irreparable to you. Me even saying it is doing something irreparable to me. And if you react, it will also do something irreparable to me. And irreparable is not necessarily a bad thing. Muscles have to tear in order to form, you know, newly. But again, like with superpositions, it's not the same thing. It's not returning to any state. It is becoming something new each time. I bought some pieces of a human heart. 3/5 of mine had been euthanized. I bought some pieces of a human heart. That makes me think once again of Plug has bags of me, receiving pieces of yourself through purchase, but also if the plug is music, if it is literally like even your own music that you keep returning to you're buying your own music to get pieces of your own heart back. You know, 3/5 of mine. Hopefully you all know U.S. history enough to know that there was a time where slaves were counted as 3/5 of a person towards how many people exist in a voting district. Basically just to empower slave owners to have more like people in their district, because it's not like the slaves could vote. They were just counted towards the population, but only by 3/5. And 3/5 is such a incredibly bizarre number, but the psychological effect of it is pronounced, you know, especially to anybody who does feel like they have psychological fracturing. It's like the country explicitly told you that you can't be complete. Like they're not going to measure you as complete, you know. And even if they've changed the way that they phrase that legally, it hasn't actually changed the way that they behave. They want people to feel like 3/5 of themselves. 3/5 have been euthanized in the case of open mic. So basically he's saying if there are 5 hymns, 3 of them were dead until he bought them back. I don't know if he got them all back. He was his own Dr. Frankenstein, hands glowing like Hohenheim. If you don't know Hohenheim, that's Edward Elric's dad from Full Metal Alchemist. Basically the villain slash anti-hero, I guess we'll call him. The anti-hero who caused all the problems in the story. But he created homunculi. He created facsimiles of humans that are incomplete. So, being Dr. Frankenstein and Hohenheim, those are both tragic characters. Those are both tragic examples of someone trying to create human life. Although I think in both cases there are, ultimately there's a happy ending to those stories. I don't know about Dr. Frankenstein case, but Hohenheim, his son has a good ending, and that's the only way I sniff a line. So he's insisting he does not do cocaine, at the very least. Me bumping me again, it's Christmas time. If you don't get the Christmas time, meaning there's snow. If you don't watch deleted videos, he's always talking about coke addicts and making all the snow jokes in the world, talking about Christmas a lot. But bumping, if you do coke, you do bumps. So in this case, he's insisting, I'm not talking about cocaine. I am indeed saying I am the drug. My own music is my drug. I am coming to myself. The plug has bags of me. I'm the plug and I'm in the bag. My music is all of it. This doesn't mean that he didn't do any drugs in the 90s, but it does mean that he currently is not. His drug is music right now. Every evening by myself meeting, so again, talking about having more than one of yourself. If you're meeting yourself, then there's more than one of you. Memorizing mental health secrets. Probably literally studying psychology, learning about the conditions that you have and figuring out how to cope with them, which this album is very much about coping, and it has coping strategies and stuff in it, which I really appreciate. Because I've been looking for some space to lie, or wrestling without the grays of sky. I have to look at what does the genius say about this. Wrestling without the racist guy. Okay, is what they corrected it to. Hogan was an outspoken supporter of Donald Trump, and there are several tapes of him using the N-word in racist outbursts. Open Mike Eagle has a YouTube video about this. Okay. So, yeah. I assume this is something that probably hurt him a lot as a wrestling fan, who probably was a Hogan fan at some point in his youth, and then found out this man is just a terrible racist Trump-supporting piece of shit. Again, he's dead now, so it's whatever. I've been looking for some space to lie or wrestling without the racist guy. Looking up the cover, it's skate or die. I play the same game musically. I want some big chunky gold orangutan jewelry. Looking up the cover, it's skate or die. I don't know if that's on like an album cover. I know that I've heard that phrase, but I don't know it as and much more than a meme. I play the same game musically. I'm wondering if it's on if Skate or Die if he's talking about the video game, there might be a game literally called Skate or Die, and he's saying that he plays like that game musically because his mentality towards his music is skate or die. And I want some big chunky gold orangutan jewelry because who doesn't want to own some cool chains, I drink whiskey even when I'm by myself. So this is where we start getting into the slightly more self-critical side, right? So, describing the jewelry you want as big, chunky orangutan jewelry is not, the most flattering, necessarily, way of describing the jewelry you want. It doesn't make it sound high class. It makes it sound like something that you think is a goofy thing to want. So, the first verse felt, even though, to me, he's saying he's being weird by himself, it's mostly things that are fun to do by yourself. And as we get into the second verse, there's a little bit more depth of the self-deprecation, I think. I drink whiskey even when I'm by myself. I sing songs even when I'm by myself. I hit the high notes even when I'm by myself. I make plans even when I'm by myself. Again, I relate to all of this strongly. People who hang out in the Golden Butterflies Discord server will know that I sometimes just make music notes of myself doing karaoke in the bathroom for hours, going full-throated, because when else am I going to practice singing? I'm Bo Jackson even when I'm by myself. I haven't listened to nearly as much Jackson 5 as I think I should, but yeah, they can sing. I'm Bret Hart even when I'm by myself, wrestler. I'm James Baldwin even when I'm by myself, actor. I tell lies even when I'm by myself. Well, yeah, If you're James Baldwin, you're definitely doing some of that. Yeah, I just think this is really cute and funny. Say like these are all the types of impressions or ways he tries to be even when no one else is around, maybe even more so when no one else is around. I make various hand movements, experiments not proven. I remember American Bandstand. I'm a nappy Harrier Batman on Apollo. I was scared of the Sandman. My earth is not hollow. America's next drop bottle. God, that line. Humans lead and bots follow. You and me were not coddled. I got ruined knees, I might hobble. Fuck. Incredible verse here, in my opinion. I make various hand movements is just a fun thing and true. It sounds fun to say. Experiments not proven. I remember American Bandstand. I don't. Can't talk about that. Don't know it. I also never saw Apollo, and I don't know the Sandman except for the fact that Kendrick Lamar references it and says he's the Sandman. I don't think that Open Mike is afraid of Kendrick. He's talked about him in a pretty funny way. Maybe he was afraid of him, though. Maybe at a time. I don't know if he's talking about Kendrick at all. He probably is just scared of the actual Sandman character. My earth is not hollow. Basically, I think this is him saying I don't believe in conspiracies once again. America's next drop bottle is just an unfucking believably good line. If nobody had that before, that is god tier bars right there. Because America's Next Top Model, of course, is a popular TV show. America's Next Drop Bottle implying not just that you drink and that that you are an alcoholic on a level, or at least a dissociative on a level, that you are likely to drop your bottles soon, and considering that the last song was him dropping his phone without even realizing it, it's very likely this is a repeating character trait, somebody who's going to drop his bottle. Brilliant. Humans lead and bots follow. That's also a cool line. Like, yeah, the bots can only do whatever we already showed them, which is why they are leeches. You and me were not coddled. I heard that and was like, fuck. I have a lyric that people really like from a song that I need to redo because I was very inappropriate with my language in it, where I say that when your whole world's gotten too fucking weird, that's when I will appear and tell you it's all fucked. Just give it all up and come play in the muck that I'm dragging on up from the sewers and spraying on everyone. Yuck. I feel like consistently, if people find themselves watching my content, something's wrong with you. And I don't mean that in a bad way. We'll fix it. We'll all get there together. But if you need me, something happened. Things aren't normal anymore. You got here under weird circumstances. And I feel like Mike was telling me the same thing in this bar. You and I were not coddled. To say you and I in that way, even if he was just talking about two sides of himself, knowing that the listener is there to be received as you, and to say you and I as if this is something that is definitely true about both of us. Whoever you are, it doesn't matter who you are contextually, you and I were definitely not coddled. And hearing that hit me well, fuck. On some level, I feel like I was, compared to a lot of people. But then I met other people and went, oh, this is what being coddled is. Oh, I got ruined knees, I might hobble. Fuck, damn, that sucks. I'm not in my 40s yet, but I climbed to the top of Texas a month ago, climbed the highest point in Texas at Guadalupe Mountain, and going down, my knees were in so much fucking pain on the way down. It was not easy. I don't know what to watch. Some old sitcom, it must have flopped. My inner dialogue cuss a lot. I watched the videos, bust a shot. I meant to write, but I must have not. I'm sensitive, don't touch the spot. My tongue's tied in a double knot. I'm like Sublime, lovin's what I got. I wrote some raps about the juggernaut, and float like Oswald Cobblepot. The end when it you know. That's what it says here. Oswald Cobblepot is a Batman villain better known as the Penguin. So, yeah, Penguin can float around. So, fucking rhyming juggernaut with Oswald Cobblepot. Just doubling up on the comic rhymes. Really good. Yeah, here he's just kind of bumming through channels. His inner dialogue swears. He's watching videos, bust a shot. I assume he's jacking off. Meant to write, but must have not. Just kind of being lazy, you know. I'm sensitive, don't touch the spot is an interesting bar, basically implying premature ejaculation. My tongue's tied in a double knot, basically implying that he struggles with words. I'm like Sublime, lovin's what I got. Well, that's nice. And I mean, I grew up with Sublime. It's like the first album I really ever heard in repetition because my whole family kind of liked it when in the mid 90s. I wrote a long ass blog post about it on Substack a couple years ago that maybe I'll adapt into a video. I could just straight up read that and that would be pretty easy. I wouldn't have to make up all this analysis on the spot. This is just a fun verse. This is a very like down to earth, like day to day examination of what it's like to be inside of Open Mike Eagle's head. And again, all of it's relatable. There's almost nothing in this song other than the wrestling stuff, American Bandstand, and the Sandman. Like, that's the only part that I can't relate to because it's just a little before my time, you know. But yeah, this is a great fucking song. Awesome beat. Also, who did this beat? This one is I Alive. I don't know I Alive, but they really killed this beat. This is like one of the stickiest, like most in my head beats on the album where like just thinking about the way the song sounds, I can immediately remember it.
Everything that you see is for sale. I don't want it coming home. I don't want it in my everything but me VOD not for sale. When I'm sitting all alone, I just think about my don't get caught, you won't need no bail.
Mirror pieces in a leather-bound briefcase, kind of like "Okay, but I'm the phone" screen, is another one where like the title is pretty explicitly tying it to the rest of the album, being like, all right, here's a bunch of fragmented pieces of my consciousness, but it's going to be a little bit more free form and not as narrative in this case. And this is another feature. We've got Video Dave, the third member of the previous Industries Collective, who has also been on a whole bunch of Open Mike Eagle projects before. And both of them are doing a flow that I described earlier that Open Mike Eagle had been influential on me. And I think that this is maybe the flow from this album that best exemplifies the way he has been before, which is that he does not just like kind of a low sing-song, like lullaby-esque way of delivering raps in melody, but also counter melodies against himself. Like there's multiple tracks of him, but they're doing different things. Like, you know, that makes sense but create like a certain discordance, and he's doing really odd melodies with some of it that become memorable. Like he'll basically do a bunch of different melodies within the same kind of like using the same few notes but taking it in every different direction you could over the course of a verse, and that's something that I've definitely copied. I would say No Name is the No Name and Bus Driver are the two other rappers I could think of who do the most similar style the most often, and all of them are influential on me in this way. And Video Dave is doing something kind of similar, just with a very different voice. This is another song that, to me, the beat kind of sounds like mall music. You know, it kind of feels like you're in a store. And it opens with a repetition of the Wonder Drugs from the 90s clip, kind of suggesting that we're teleporting back in time again. Because last time we heard this clip, we kind of left the 90s, came to the present, and, you know, it seemed like he was like just really high and having a good time. And now it feels like we're coming back down and we're on the prowl to try to buy some of those drugs. What are these drugs that we've never had before that we can get? Video Dave says, everything that you see is for sale. I don't want it coming home. I don't want it in everything but me. VOD not for sale. When I'm sitting all alone, I just think about my, if you don't get caught, you won't need no bail. I don't even really know. All I know is that if you don't try nothing, then you won't fail. But if I don't pass go, then I never get my... I feel like all those lyrics are pretty direct with what they're saying and probably relatable to most of you, so I'm not going to try to go too deep into them. That chorus will also come up again. I'd rather get into the meat of the verse here. Magic beanies. Forbiddens. Forbiddens? I want the hair of the dog. I got rabies. Now, if you don't know what hair of the dog is, that's when you have already been drinking the night before and then you drink in the morning to get rid of the hangover. That's having hair of the dog that bit you. So, Magic Beanie's Furbiddens. I want hair of the dog. I got rabies. I think he's just describing waking up and immediately drinking again. Boo Radley, Sean Bradley. Never sleep mad, but always love madly. Computer told me compare and contrast. I told the homie live young and die fast. I told myself D pursue your talent. I judge myself I'm both goofus and gallant. I had to look up who that is, but I guess it's like a children's comic strip where there's Goofus who's a doofus and Gallant who's gallant, and their actions are always presented in opposition to one another. Compare and contrast, like the computer said. A computer will literally tell you in songwriting, use contrast as a way to create storytelling. I told the homie live young and die fast. This is a fun way to live. But I told myself to pursue my talent. I judge myself I'm both goofus and gallant. I get stuck in the middle part. Look at me, tiny angel holding up a little heart. Opposition, little devil. Wait a minute. Angel and devil? Like the angel and devil on your shoulder, Mephistos, and the angel on the other shoulder? Wait a minute. I get stuck in the middle part between the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other shoulder. Look at me, tiny little angel. They're all me, though. I'm all three of them. I never got pole position, but I won a few medals. Now, pole position would mean first place. So, I've never won the race, but I have won some things, Self-inflicted, meaning it's my own fault. I did not allow myself to, reach that pole position. Know the nation. I'm at home in the sky because I'm fly like a pigeon. That's a fucking hilarious bar. Know the nation, he's been all over America, but he feels at home in the sky because he's flying like a pigeon. Put your arm out, put your hip in. Don't be shaking all about. All the answers come from within. Yeah, okay, cool. I feel like he did a really good job of just within one verse matching all the themes of the album. Like, I feel like Video Dave knew what the album was about, had heard some of the songs, and was like, here's how I relate to that exactly. And then Open Mic actually takes us in a totally different direction from that. Because Video Dave seems to be saying, like, here's how I connect to these themes. And then Mike is like, here's how it is for me to run the indie rap business that me and Video Dave run together. Don't got much fashions in stock. Dave got hats. I got socks. Literally, these guys travel around selling these things at their shows. Like, Dave makes hats and sells them at the shows. I assume Mike, I don't know if like how literally they make them, but they have hats and socks. I haven't been to these shows. I wanted to go to Open Mic Eagle. He had clipping. It was Open Mic and clipping. I'm a huge clipping fan, and they were in DC, and I cannot afford to go to that. I don't even know if that's happened yet. I just know I can't afford to go to it. I don't got much fashions in stock. Dave got hats. I got socks. Even if I had made it, I couldn't have afforded to buy any of that, and I would have wanted to. All the tour merch packed in one box. So, yeah, there's not a whole lot. Literally, they only have a little bit. I never practiced no pitch. Don't like those raps? Then kick rocks. Do it with passion or stop. I do an irrational thing. I don't understand my own job. I'm not really reading this the way it's sung. Don't got much fashions in stock. Dave got hats, I got socks. All the tour merch packed in one box. I never practiced no pitch. Don't like those raps, then kick rocks. Do it with passion or stop. I do an irrational thing. I don't understand my own job. I'm doing this with too much melodic consistency because I haven't actually memorized the way it is. But that's how it would be if it wasn't deliberately being weird and not like that. I don't understand my own job, but you're doing it in this verse. Like, literally selling the hats and socks. I had no idea. I've never been to an Open Mic Eagle show where Video Dave would be there and they'd be selling hats and socks, but now I have a total mental image of what that's like. I've been to enough shows. I can see Mike and Dave selling the hats and socks at the shows perfectly in my mind's eye. I can see me buying them. Like, I'm low-key glad I didn't go to this show because I wouldn't have been able to afford the hats and socks and I would have been mad. So, like, maybe this is a bad ad, but no, this is a good ad. I'm just being priced out of the fan base. Maybe Like Schoolboy Q, I hope this fucking hit can arrange for it, because god damn. Don't like those raps that kick rocks. Do it with passion or stop. I do an irrational thing. I don't understand my own job. I pitched my show to Corncob. This line fucking killed me. If you have not seen I Think You Should Leave, punch yourself in the face. It's the greatest sketch comedy show of all time. It's the funniest, at the least of this decade. It's the funniest show that's come out in the 2020s. It might be the only funny show that's come out in the 2020s, actually. It's like the only funny show that's come out all fucking decade. Tim Robinson, fucking Patty Harrison, all the other hilarious comedians on the show. It's just a really good show. One of the bits on that show is the Corncob TV pitch, where there's this man screaming his show Coffin Flop and how his network Corncob TV. God, is Corncob TV is his channel or is it just what? I don't remember exactly how the sketch goes. Corncob TV is a network that I think is cutting him. Yeah, his Coffin Flop show is getting cut from Corncob TV, and he's really upset about it. I believe that's the idea. So when he says I pitched my show to Corncob, he's talking about a fictional network from a fucking sketch from I Think You Should Leave. And I heard that and immediately got it and was like, you're a genius. He already made up his own fictional network on this album, so like the parallel is perfect. He's talking it's self-explanatory at this point. This indie brand don't grow big. A shoveling hand but won't dig. Show my demands to those pigs. Watch the bubble expand but don't pop. Bump your head, a third of my heroes are dead. He's talking about that there are people who will go, a little bit underground, but usually won't really dig down. He's talked about how there are people who, maybe have offered him deals, but he tells them his demands and they are not having it, and he watches the bubble expand but don't pop. Basically, I keep getting bigger a little bit, but I haven't popped. I haven't become a pop sensation. Bump your head, bump your head. Actually, that's a funny thing to say twice, because you can either take it as bump your head like, hey, bump your head, or ow, I bumped my head. Both things happening over and over again. A third of my heroes are dead. Knowing that he's making a bunch of wrestling, like, okay, if you're into wrestling and hip-hop, yeah, a third of your heroes are dead. Like, those are two of the most volatile careers imaginable. I mean, I guess a lot of arts are pretty volatile, but wrestling and hip-hop are tremendously volatile careers. So, yeah, I can easily imagine a third of his heroes being dead. I try to figure what they said. That's what I'm doing right now, and I'm giving my flowers to someone who's still alive. I want to particularly focus on talking about living independent artists on this show more than anything else, because that's who really deserves and needs the promotion. Or bring my daydreams to life. I could recite your whole verse. I love that. I couldn't recite this one yet because I haven't listened to this album quite that many times. I mean, you didn't provide lyrics. This is the first time I've really been able to sit with them. A Crisis on Infinite Earths. That is, of course, a comic book storyline about a bunch of parallel dimensions. And if we're talking about the parallelism of having more than one consciousness, then, a crisis of consciousness would be a crisis on your infinite Earths. This burst universe, are we burst linking like fucking Excel world? Indie checks and get merch. It's the first of the month. Y'all know what's up. Yep. I mean, Patreon. He's got a Patreon, and Patreon pays out on the first every month. You can withdraw your Patreon whenever, but most people get charged on the first, and that's when it auto pays you. Yeah, even though the money will get collected sometimes throughout the month from various people, you will usually get most of your money on the first. So I do know what's up. I have one of the oldest Patreons there is. Dark Comedy Television. And then this is another place where the beat suddenly shifts. We've got an outro section, and similar to before, it's got this seedy drugs in the alley vibe to it, where he's going, we got that you for you. We got that you for you. So he's like directly somebody propositioning to sell you yourself. And last time it was him scouring the streets for the drugs. This time it's him selling the drugs. So it's putting us on two different sides of where he's been, right? Back when he was in the late 90s, he was scouring, trying to get the drugs or the music or whatever it was that was going to get him closer to himself. And now he's on the other end of that, of being the provider, being the plug. He has bags of himself once again. This is literally the song where he describes how he distributes himself, the drug, to you, the user.
Love it so deeply. We huddle together, put me on repeat. It keeps me running forever. It keeps me running forever. Running forever, put me on repeat. It keeps me running forever.
Relentless hands and feet sounds an awful lot like a description of stimming. You may have noticed from sometimes the camera starts just shaking uncontrollably because I can't stop moving my legs. So I relate to the title right away. But this is also a song, I feel like the title of this should have been stolen from JPEG Mafia. This should have been the song called Loop It and Leave It. Because aside from it being a song that you could just loop all day and easily just phase into this song, I think that's the point, and lyrically, it's certainly the point. I mean, the chorus that comes in at both the beginning and end of the song, love it so deeply, we huddle together, put me on repeat, it keeps me running forever, it keeps me running forever, put me on repeat, it keeps me running forever. So we've already established that what makes Mike feel the most like himself is receiving himself from himself through the vehicle of music as though it were a drug that he is addicted to, and he wants it in a never-ending fashion. And if you wanted to be close to Mike, the best way to do that, to feel huddled together to him, would be to listen to his music, because that's what he's doing. He made music he wanted to hear on repeat, so that hopefully someone else would also want to hear it on repeat and have that feeling of kinship. So whenever you want to have, that feeling of I'm getting what I need out of Mike, put the music on and you'll be right there. That's literally what he's doing to enjoy himself as his own act of self-love and just as an enjoyable thing to do. Like what he enjoys out of music is something that he went out of his way to create because he felt he wasn't getting it necessarily from other people. He wants exactly a certain thing, and so he went out to make that certain thing for his own amusement. I listen to my own music quite a bit because nothing else sounds like my music. And nothing else is about the things my music is about. And I have a lot of old music I can't listen to anymore at all because I don't relate to it or I find it actively repulsive. But the music that I've made, in the last couple of years that I do relate to and is still about me, I love it, and I will listen to it literally to remind myself of myself. Like if I feel like I don't understand where I'm going in life or why I'm doing what I'm doing, sometimes I will listen to my songs and be shocked that they sound like they're ahead of me, like that they are giving advice that maybe I didn't even really understand what I was saying when I wrote it. But now that I'm a little farther ahead of like trying to actualize that, I realize how specifically I said what I was going to do way back here. So it can be really a great way to check notes and like get back in tune with myself. So yeah, the music is for me. It is past me sending notes to future me about what even further future me is going to be doing. I should say present me about what future me is going to be doing. Whatever. This is Mike basically saying everyone within me loves music, and when we listen to our own music, we feel the most together, and if you want to feel like you are a part of that, listen to the music. I have to mention, this beat is phenomenal. This is one of those that as soon as it came on, I was immediately like, oh yeah, this is an all-timer. This is one of those beats. Again, you could easily listen to this on repeat, float away. It hits really hard. It's definitely like, with this being such a soft album, there's not a lot of beats that feel like really big and maximal, and where he's doing like a sing-song memorable hooky chorus. It almost sounds like a Lupe Fiasco hook on this song. And he's like full throat rapping, where a lot of the songs he's been kind of singing in a low lullaby tone. This is, all of my homies full of raw feelings. 50 weeks, no off season. We singing all evening. He ain't just whistling H-bombs. Say thank you to based God. That's how this one starts off. So right away I knew, like, this is, while it is going to be kind of silly and fun, because Bass God is a silly and fun character, this is also like a blessed, like, serious song, because Bass God is not something to be trifled with. If you know about the Bass God, you know that he can curse you and ruin your life. And that's not the reason you should bless up to Bass God. You should because, like, he is just obvious. Like, he's brought much greatness into the world. I'm just saying, if you're going to invoke the name of the Bass God, it means that you must believe in his power, and therefore you are thanking him because you're like, I know you truly are, you are the truest hip-hop god, is the Bass God. He ain't just whistling H-bombs. He's not trying to spread destruction. He's thanking Bass God. He's bringing love. This is a song about love. Yeah, he sounds like he's rapping. He's trying to sound hard. He's trying to sound good because that feels good. It feels good in the chest to rap. It's a nice feeling to rap over a cool beat. But this is praise. This is not something edgy or dark. This is funny and light and also, like, lifted. It's funny because the word based, I think still has a lot of life in it because of based God, but the right wingers really tried to corrupt the word based. Like, to them it means, like, edgy and, like, racist, basically. So I've been calling things lifted, because rather than staying down at the base, what if we lifted to the next level, But I still believe that the Bass God himself is a lifted entity. And so to praise to that entity, is to be based but also lifted. You're on the ground and in the sky as a based God. That duality is important here, right? Through villages that flaming the race swap, it's venomous to privilege, it's make mobs my sound, bang twisting the bass knob to H. John Benjamin. Crazy, actually. I knew he was referencing H. John Benjamin in this bar. I didn't fully grasp the context of it. So, H. John Benjamin, one of my favorite voice actors, best known at this point as Bob from Bob's Burgers. He was Archer on Archer. I remember him as Coach McGurk from Home Movies, and Cerberus on The Venture Bros, way back, early Cartoon Network. He also had a weird show called John Benjamin Has a Van that the Nathan Fielder got his start through. But most importantly, H. John Benjamin has a super deep bassy voice. So if you're twisting the bass knob to H. John Benjamin, you're turning it real low. Say thank you to based God through villages that's flaming the race swap. It's venomous to privilege. It's make mobs my sound. Bang twisting the bass knob to H. John Benjamin. A cursed game of inches, incentives, conflicts with centrists over conflict of interest. Don't play with me, play with the void. Void, 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 void. One of my other personalities used to have a show called The Void Gazers. I am a void user myself. I see you. I feel like a stand user seeing another stand user right now. Don't play with me, play with the void. Can't score points on me, you're destroyed. I know what you want, but I ain't got it. I know what you want, but I ain't doing it. Foolish. That's not true, but you did do what I wanted. You did exactly what I wanted with this album. You knew what everyone else wanted and you didn't do it. But you did happen, just by doing what you wanted to do what I would have wanted you to do. So, thank you for doing you. This next verse, right away. The fact that we exist is magic. No matter how you break that line down, it's just true. We cannot even comprehend how we exist. It is magic. It's just undescribable. We don't know. The fact that we exist is magic. I got a bad habit of breathing. I gotta have it. I need it. This is truly, to me, like, Mike heard this beat and went I have to dump the hardest bars I've got. Without losing track of who I am or what this project is, I just have to say the most badass sounding shit. The fact that we exist is magic. I've got a bad habit of breathing. I gotta have it. I need it. And my dreams are relentless madness. My dreams are relentless madness. My literal dreams are relentless madness. I hate dreaming. I don't do it that often anymore, but I hate it when it happens. My real life dreams, my aspirations are also relentless madness. So I totally understand this bar, and it goes incredibly hard. And my dream, and he says it like that. The fact that we exist is magic. I got a bad habit of breathing. I gotta have it. I need it. And my dreams are relentless madness. Making a living off of sentence fragments. Literally. Literally. Spell out the lyrics with your kitchen magnets. Adorable. I tried naming it. It's y'all's turn. Is it frozen yogurt or soft serve? Now this is, again, we're lapsing into stand-up, right? He's doing a bit. But when you think about it, and this is me reaching like Professor Sky level, reach to the sky. Frozen yogurt. Like, it's frozen, it's cold. It's like not fun. Or soft serve. It's like, baby, it's, you know. I tried naming it. It's y'all's turn. Is it frozen yogurt or soft serve? This is another almost Pusha T threatening bar. This is like, wait a minute. Ball's in your court. It's like when Kendrick kept saying, like, are we really friends or whatever? Like, what is this relationship, frozen yogurt or soft serve, you know? Again, it has to mean more than one thing to be a good rap bar. Because you go right from that very cutesy line into, is we art N-words or alt nerds? Which feels like a way more political question, you know? And this brings me to, like, the Earl Sweatshirt, too white for the black kids, too black for the whites. And again, the fuck you if you're a white man who says I can't speak for black folks stuff. The, like, bus driver, like, asking, you know, his son asking him what an N-word is. And if you are one, then does that make me one? And what does it mean to be of that? And, like, what makes you a, you know, what makes you an artsy black person, you know, as compared to just a regular black person? Or what makes you an alt nerd, you know? Why are you alternative to nerd other than in being black as compared to other nerds, you know? Like, again, I don't have the answer to these questions. That's what's being raised by the art piece. God, I wish the Company Man would talk about this album. Are we superstars that lost the nerve? This is kind of bringing back what Video Dave was saying on the last song about being like, I could have won the race, but I held myself back. Like, are we just superstars that lost the nerve? Or another clue in your crossword. Like, crosswords usually reference, like, kind of obscure facts, you know? So am I just someone who's going to be relegated to, like, a footnote in history, you know, remembered by trivia dorks? Like, I had to fight a rapper's apathy to get this beat. This is an insanely relatable. Any rapper's gonna hear this bar and go, uh-oh, you know, a rapper's apathy. He's implying that it is a natural state of all rappers to have an apathy that makes it difficult to acquire beats. I know that's true. I know it's true. I know for a fact it's true. And this blew my mind. This beat is incredible. This is a beat I would love to have. I've also mentioned I'd love to have a Kenny Siegel beat. I've wanted a Kenny Siegel beat for 10 years. If I really want it that badly, I could surely make that happen by orienting my life towards making that possible for myself. You'd have to fight a rapper's apathy. Open Mike Eagle fought a rapper's apathy to get this beat. And I know how good this beat is. And I know how much I would want this beat. And I know how much apathy I would have to fight to get this beat. This means a lot. This is the difference between Open Mike Eagle and someone like me. It's why he writes an elaborate, conceptual, progressive rap album. And I analyze it, you know, and attempt to get close to being able to do something like this by way of figuring out how even would someone approach the ability. I'm fighting self-doubt to walk this street, pulling us into the present moment, even right now, as I'm just walking, typing probably into my phone, walking the street, about to drop my phone and get it run over. I'm fighting self-doubt just to do that. And the city's trying to get rid of me. So I'm already fighting myself to be outside. And on top of that, the environment is actively working against me. And this is something I relate to powerfully. This is how I look, this is how I go about the world. So, like, I'm already in a state of, like, a normal level of body dysphoria and dysmorphia that I think you could relate to even as not a trans person. But on top of that, like, because just our world is constantly trying to create it. But on top of that, like, being something that is literally, I'm an enemy of the state by existing. Like, Donald Trump thinks I shouldn't be allowed to be what I am, like, openly, publicly. He's the president. Like, I know I'm a public enemy through the fact of my existence, in a way that is why I can connect to rap music like this. But I ain't leaving till I'm paid to. I prayed to my old pain, and it came too. That's another crazy bar. Not only is he saying that you can pay me to leave or else I'm not going to go anywhere, I prayed to my old pain and it came too? Like, this is another description of him using his trauma as a way, as a vehicle to give him something to write about that will then empower him. He's praying to his own self, his old pain, and it came too. It worked. It brought him back to himself. This is an experiment that works. Like, he kind of tells you throughout the album, this experiment works, even though there's parts where he says it's unproven. Like, by the time we get to the end, he's already said that it came to. Again, it's important that it be a standalone complex, because each of these songs, even if it is meant to be an album that can be taken in full, this is clearly a song meant to be repeated by itself in its own context. If it was only meant to be listened to as all one song, he wouldn't have broken it into songs. It would be like the Dalek Untitled album, where it's just fucking an hour of one thing, and that song has parts. It could have been broken up, but that wasn't the point. It's not meant to be taken in that way. This album is a standalone complex. It is an episodic TV show. It is a bunch of different shows on the same network. It's like a, multiple personalities, time traveling. It's all the fuck over the place. It's just connected by these very particular ideas that join all these moments and all these parts throughout time. And so it feels really cohesive in spite of the fact that there is so much kind of random junk in it, and it's touching on such very specific stories and moments in the middle of that, like, whirlwind of other random stuff. So each song, like, simultaneously has to encompass the whole theme of the album and tell the entire story just in and of itself, while also contributing to the whole point. So any one song kind of does tell the whole story, but the album holistically makes it much more clear what that story specifically is. I have to mention as well, during the chorus repetition at the end of the song, there's his voice in the background saying, "This is the way toward phase 2." So that's interesting. This is the halfway point of the album, sort of. We're a little past halfway, but it makes sense to consider this, like, because this song is so loopable and it is so immediate and complete feeling in and of itself, it does kind of divide the album in half in that way. And he also says, "Songs protect my head, thoughts protect my dreams." So remember, he said his dreams are relentless madness. So maybe if he thinks things through before going to sleep, his dreams won't be as intense because he doesn't have as much to compress after having been awake, and also songs protect my head. So maybe the songs give him the springboard for the thoughts, because after, processing the baseline of the emotion, he can then extrapolate from it, like I'm doing now. Obviously I wouldn't have had any of these thoughts if he hadn't already created the songs to protect his head. Before I go into this second phase of the album, a couple more things I want to touch on. That song also deals with the idea of immortalization, playing on repeat forever. If you're always listening to the music, if the music survives, as long as people keep listening to it, I will never have fully left this earth. A piece of myself will always persist. I also wanted to touch on how in the first song, just like opening with everyday life, like what I would be doing in the morning, like literally the first thing I woke up was knowing everything. I've always been a big fan of the hip-hop album trope of, like, the start of the day is the start of the album, but I don't think there's ever been as epic a way of someone waking up as just waking up knowing everything. So I really appreciate that he took that hip hop trope and like just made it the final form of itself, kind of.
Flip from Clark Kent into Superman. Flip past the candy, flip past again. Flip past the candy, flip past again. Flip past the candy, flip past again. Flip from Clark Kent into Superman.
My coworker Clark Kent's Secret Black Box is a really interesting song. This was, I think, the second single that came out before the album, and I definitely remember being familiar with this song already before the album came out, enjoying it, thinking mostly that it was just a fun Superman fan fiction, essentially, as a song, that eventually ties in the idea that maybe Open Mike Eagle could be Clark Kent. Maybe he is just the alter ego of someone who becomes Superman and goes off and fights crime, but you wouldn't know because it's secret, of course. This is, in the context of being an Open Mike Eagle song, something I would expect and why it made sense for it to be a pre-release single. Hearing it on the album, the new context it takes on is really surprising, and I'm really happy with the way that it plays out. Especially because it's almost like the album restarted in a way. This song, the beat is from the same producer as the first song, and it sounds a lot like it. This could have easily been the Woke Up Knowing Everything beat. It sounds not only similar to that beat, but it also fits that theme. And that is also something that feels like Superman, right? Like Superman is the ultimate superhero. He's the most powerful person. Flipping from Clark Kent into Superman is like waking up knowing everything. But I think if that had been the pre-release single, aside from the fact that it would be boring to start an album hearing a song you've already heard before, it also would have given up too much of the gambit of what the whole album is about. This song feels like it's just a standalone Superman song when you first hear it. You know, hearing flip from Clark Kent into Superman, he flew past again, he flew past again, he flew past again. And then the whole verse is a coworker of Clark Kent, as described in the title, just like manically upset that everyone else is pretending it's not obvious that Clark Kent is Superman, because they are journalists. And he's like, how can you all not tell? And interestingly enough, this album came out not too long before the new James Gunn Superman movie. And when I saw this movie, early on, it feels almost like it's doing this song as the story. And then there's kind of an other shoe drop, and you realize that like the characters are in on it, and that's why they're acting that way. It's not actually that they're suspicious. But, like, it almost felt that way, and I said something about that to Open Mike during his live stream, and he was like, it did feel that way, didn't it? So I thought that was really funny. But obviously, he had no way of knowing that the movie was even going to play with this idea at all. It's just kind of an obvious thing to do with Superman. He literally is a journalist. It's really funny that nobody could tell the obvious parallel, but he's, like, stressing it to a, comical, exasperated degree on this song. And I should mention, it just sounds great. Like, the rhyme scheme, the flow here is really complicated and unique and sounds good. It's a great sounding beat. I honestly think this is a better song, like a better use of a beat like this than I Woke Up Knowing Everything. It's just more fun to me from somebody who likes the more complex rap schemes. I got this one coworker, Clark Kent. He working on his first assignment, and he exited with perfect timing whenever aliens assault the island. Can nobody in the office find him? Like it's all just happenstances that whenever he go back to Kansas and these aliens attack Manhattan and the person that defends the island, it's him without the hat and glasses. He's weird and he acts distracted. He be here, then he has to vanish, and that's some weird shit to have to manage for us schmucks at the Daily Planet. Now this is interesting. This is where we're starting to tie into the themes of the album, right? He's weird and he acts distracted. That just sounds like Mike's talking about things he said about himself already. But this is Clark Kent. This is also true of Superman in the way that he's been presented in, enough media that this is commonplace. It's enough of a commonplace take that the movie almost did this exact thing. He's weird and he acts distracted. He'll be here, then he has to vanish. He's got multiple lives, multiple personalities. He is here and then he's just not here. And that's some weird shit to have to manage for schmucks at the Daily Planet. So remember, this is someone else talking about Superman. But as the song will reveal, they are talking about Mike. They're suggesting Mike is Clark Kent. And so this is incredibly dissociative because Mike is the one singing the song about himself. And which becomes really weird in the second verse when you realize, oh, he's talking about him, so who is he then? Who is he in the context of this song? Is this another alter talking about the alter? You know, like, is this an alter commenting on another alter in this song? When you have it in the context of the whole album, it feels like that's the case, even though by itself, it just seems like it's about a coworker who's thinking, oh, the Clark Kent who I work with, who is Open Mike Eagle, is obviously Superman. He must think we all some bozos, just gossiping and driving Volvos. We struggling to not get laid off. He out producing us in slow-mo. This is some bullshit. You know, just being some poor schmuck trying to do your job, but you're, you know, dealing with the fact that you're kind of being like completely made a fool of by the existence of this person. And then he, you know, lapses into like the stand-up Hannibal Buress kind of delivery. I don't know why y'all be trying to acting like y'all don't know who that is. This is fucked up. We hit the hook again. So going into verse 2, this is where we make it clear that Clark Kent is also Open Mike Eagle. I got this one coworker, Clark Kent, hiding in a cubicle. He acts so unusual. He makes some shit called art rap. Now remember, Open Mike Eagle invented the term art rap as far as anybody knows. I'm sure it was something people had said before, but unapologetic art rap is where the term... Pretty much anytime there's a term like this, someone made a song called that. You know, there was a song called trap rap. There was a song called like nerdcore hip hop. Like, these are songs that existed from specific artists. Art rap is Mike's thing. So I got this one coworker, Clark Kent, hiding in a cubicle. He acts so unusual. He makes some shit called art rap. It's probably High School Musicals. You know, they're making fun of him, assuming that, oh, whatever art rap is, it's probably gay. You know, it's probably sucks. Yeah, we know you got a show to do. I saw your MySpace bulletin and the lack of effort you put in. You writing raps on work time. That whole time card full of shit. We all had shit we coulda did. Okay, interesting. Was Open Mike Eagle a journalist in the early 2000s? His first job in the late 90s was working at a shoe store, right? But we are now in the MySpace era. MySpace was pretty much relevant from 2004 until 2006, and that's it. So we're in the 2004-2006 range where he's posting MySpace bulletins, and he talked about how back in the day he remembers being on the front page of MySpace being like a super big deal. He was talking about that with Professor Sky and like seeing, kind of implying that he was one time up there and saw himself, you know. I saw your MySpace bulletin and the lack of effort you putting in. You writing raps on work time. So he's saying that lack of effort you putting in, but he's not talking about putting a lack of effort into the MySpace bulletin. He's talking about writing raps on work time. He's not putting effort into his work. That whole time card full of shit. We all had shit we could have did. Basically, this is the coworker accusing him of, you know, hey, this whole rap thing is getting in the way of you doing your job correctly, and it's pissing me off. I used to take mad photographs. I played guitar in a metal band. I still got a pair of leather pants. I grew up and left Neverland. I sing Pearl Jam's Better Man. That's my karaoke go-to, 'cause I do what I'm supposed to. This is really interesting because now we're suddenly saying I. The whole song, he's been talking about someone else's behavior, but now he's describing his own behavior. And all of this sounds like stuff that would be true about Open Mike Eagle, but it's actually this character describing a contrast between him and Mike. I used to take mad photographs. I was a photographer. I played guitar in a metal band. I still have a pair of the leather pants, meaning I still carry this part of my identity with me, but I grew up and left Neverland. And accusing it of being Neverland, like Peter Pan / Michael Jackson, a place of eternal childhood. I left these childish things behind. I am no longer under the illusion that I'm going to have a career as a musician or as a photographer. I sing Pearl Jam's Better Man. That's my karaoke go-to, meaning I still do karaoke. I just sing the greats. I talk about, Better Man's a fucking obnoxious fucking song, but because I do what I'm supposed to. Like, this is basically the coworker saying, like, look, I keep my head down. I do my job. I just go to karaoke and sing Pearl Jam in order to get out these feelings that I used to explore through this stuff that is childish, and I've put it away. You probably parent like Goku. You fighting battles in a minivan. Your own kids don't know you. Now, I don't know Open Mike Eagle's like home situation. I don't know if he's got kids or if he parents like Goku, but that is a fucking heavy accusation to lay at somebody. I don't know if you know how well Goku raised his kids. He was not the most present father in his children's lives. He was dead for a lot of it. Also, you fighting battles in a minivan, which, if I imagine probably if he's touring with like a box of merchandise and one friend or two and, like a DJ setup, yeah, probably using a minivan to tour around. Your own kids don't know you. Damn. That's just like a really hard line at the end. Superman doesn't have kids, does he? This just got like real personal all of a sudden. But we do have to dig through trauma in order to get to these songs, right? Like that's the you being sold to you. Again, I don't actually know even that Open Mike Eagle has kids. I haven't heard him talk about it enough. So yeah, you probably parent like Goku. Your own kids don't know you is like some shit that Kendrick Lamar would have said to Drake. So if that's an accusation being levied at yourself, that's nuts. If he's talking about somebody else, then that is still a really hard ass thing to say. Again, Mike has mentioned that there are some people that he wants to go in on, but he's not sure. If this is like bait, then that's crazy bait. I almost forgot. There is a segment at the end here, a spoken word segment, where someone is saying like, "Oh, I heard Mike, he smokes the little ground up pieces. He smokes I can't tell if he's saying ground up or browned up. Little browned up pieces. Whatever he's selling, don't take it. So this is the oppositional voice in his head, right? Like, again, this is the coworker who doesn't like Mike. This is the part of him that is against the rest of the whole, working against it, seeing all of this stuff happening and going, why are y'all acting like this isn't actually a problem? Why are y'all acting like this isn't bad behavior that Mike is getting up to here? Like he's just doing drugs. He's just imbibing on some gross, weird weeds that you should never take. Don't listen to him. Don't do what he's telling you to do. This is actually bad mojo, is basically what the voice is saying. And this really reminds me a lot of Del the Funky Homo Sapien, because particularly on the Iller Than Most album, where he's got like the voices of like haters and dissenters who are just like these weird little pathetic voices that are like, you don't even know how to make a good song. And they're always like horribly pathetic. This one isn't quite on that level, but it reminds me of that type of a character.
Yes, we've met. How time flew. We look for what we lost before. We know you.
I went and took a nap. This recording has taken so long. And I returned to the album, re-listened to what I've heard, what I've already covered, and realized a couple of things. First of all, at the beginning of the album, and there's the stinger that comes in a few times, saying, I think, dark comedy elevator movie? I'm wondering if the classification of what this project is would be when they do a TV movie on a network, like when Cartoon Network or like Adult Swim would just run a movie instead of what's normally there on the block. But it's an elevator movie, which a lot of the music kind of sounds like elevator music. I compared it to Muzak before. But also, like, I'm thinking about elevator pitch, like the idea of having to run through something really quickly, that you have to just describe it in the fewest possible words so that somebody gets the gist of it before they're done taking an elevator trip with you. And so this is like a whole movie packed into an elevator trip. I think that's what that's trying to say. I also forgot to mention the mirror shattering sound. It's like a very like abrasive noise that just comes in all by itself at like the end of certain songs and kind of signals fracturing, moments that a fracture has occurred, and you keep having, the mirror get more and more splintered. I also wanted to note that I checked out the Previous Industries Evergreen Plaza EP. It's interesting because on the Evergreen Plaza EP, the beats are even more like kind of dreary and weird and nocturnal, but there's a lot more of like a braggadocious, typical like rap cipher attitude to it, even though like the bars are similarly like funny and like not very self-serious as they are on this album. But like it feels more like normal rapping that anchors the experience, whereas on this album you feel unanchored by the fact that there is so little normal rapping, that there are so many different types of songs, that he's doing so many different singing styles and melodic styles. Truly can only be described as art rapping, because it is about adapting the style to what makes sense in the song. And this is another example of a song that not only sounds like the kind of thing that Mike would do that influenced me as a musician, this straight up sounds like a song I would have made. Like, it sounds like a beat I would have used. It sounds like lyrics, well, not exactly these lyrics, but I mean, my last album, 11 minutes and 6 songs, so I guess it's an EP. My last EP, Comfort Woman, is kind of like this, like a more ADHD version. Like it's very sped up, so it feels more like clickety clackety and in your face in a way. It actually, the beat reminds me of some of the stuff that I did with my friend Vizier on our Hig Halloween album, and it also reminds me a bit of my new Comfort Woman EP, although that one's a lot more like hyperactive and jittery than this is. But it is very much the kind of low-key lullaby, lo-fi thing that, like, if I heard this on like a YouTube, free for profit beat, I'd be like, oh yeah, this one's mine. And I'm not saying this sounds like a free for profit beat. It sounds great. I heard Anthony Fantano talk about this album as though it had like low effort or like a lack of intent in some of the production, which I found really strange, because to me every song feels like it is doing something very specific, and the production is really different across different songs, even from some of the same producers. A significant amount of the album is just produced by child actor. This one is by someone called Nolan the Ninja, but it's this incredibly sleepy lullaby type of a beat, and he's singing very softly over it, and it's one of the nicest feeling songs I can imagine. This is another one I could easily just like loop and leave and just go to sleep to this. It feels literally like a lullaby to me, although it has kind of a dark twist at the end, but not something that's like so abrasive that it would really take you out of like passing out to this, I don't think. But this is the song that more than any made me feel like, as an alter, I need to talk about this album, because it is the song that is most obviously on the face of it, to me at least, about the experience of literally finding the last fractured segment of your psyche and becoming whole again. But there's a dark twist implied just in the title, because it's called Rejoinder, but then in parentheses, burning the last puzzle piece, which would imply that rather than putting the puzzle completely together, you just decided to leave it incomplete. Does this mean that the rest of the pieces just fill in the gap, or are you left with a permanent hole? Have you just decided to be comfortable with the hole? Is that the point of this? Or are you unburning it somehow? Are we burning it as in like burning one, like, or are we burning it as in when you use an idea, oftentimes you refer to that as burning that idea. So if every single puzzle piece has been burned and this is the last one being burned, then the idea is that this is the last piece of trauma that had to be recovered. This is the last thing that had to be dealt with in order for all of it to have been turned to ash and returned to, this gaseous state together, I guess. It is kind of mysterious, and the song ends in a mysterious place where it's almost like overly insistent on the idea that this was, in fact, a happy ending, but we're not at the end of the album. There's still several songs left, and then there's like a twist at the very, very end of the song, like a almost a jump scare, if you will, but it's not quite on that level of abrasiveness. So the chorus of the song that comes in at the start, yes, we've met, how time flew, we look for what we lost before, we know you. When I heard this right away, I thought, oh, like this is all of the other voices singing to a voice that had been lost as it rejoins the group. And the song is going to present this first in a way that feels like it's mostly talking about, within the mind, but then also implying that it's also about finding a friend who you had lost contact with. Like exteriorly, it's also about bringing someone back into the fold, back into a group that maybe had lost this person. Yes, we've met is a really interesting way to start as well, because it's implying like, even if you don't remember the fact that you were a part of this, we remember, or at least, the person speaking does. So the implication of we, when you say, yes, we've met, is you and I, we, right? But what we means changes within this hook. Yes, we've met, you and I, how time flew. So it was a long time ago, but it feels like not that much because I still remember. We look for what we lost before. So this could still mean you and I, we look for what we lost before. But then we know you. So that's inclusive. Me and several other people know you, individuals separate from us. So if we is you and I, and we is also me and us, and you were missing, so like all of that is implied just in this hook to me. We've met, how time flew, we look for what we lost before, we know you. Come in, homie, you look so surprised. Seat at a table and it's just your size. A self-portrait had some missing teeth. When you were missing, we was incomplete. I acknowledge, I recognize. I made a choice and you was left behind. I kept it separate and stepped aside. Reconnect to when I said goodbye. I was ready to electric slide. I acknowledge it'll take some time. I was demolished down to miniature bricks. One man plus the sinister six. In more spots than 101% fixed. Since you back in the mix. Now there's a lot of interesting implications here. The personality or the friend who's being invited back into the fold is shocked to realize that they always have had a spot at this table. It's been preserved for them. They've been made ready for. They're being like rolled out the red carpet for in a way because of the recognition that the self-portrait had some missing teeth. I did not feel like myself without you. I needed you back because I didn't feel that I could see my full face without. When you were missing, we was incomplete. We, all of us collectively felt like we were missing something without you. I acknowledge, I recognize, I made a choice and you was left behind. So this is something that happened deliberately. This was like a purposeful exclusion. In a context where you were saying this to like an exterior person would be like a crazy admission, right? Like to say, hey, I cut you out of my life, but hey, look, you're back. Like that sounds wild, but like looking at it inwardly, where you're trying to like kind of forgive yourself for having, locked something away, not on purpose, and clearly not on purpose because you were saving a spot for it to come back. So, and considering yourself as incomplete without it. But you had to make a choice to leave something behind, keep it separate, and step aside because this thing was overwhelming and you couldn't deal with it. So you just put it out and removed it from yourself and became a bunch of other things, excluding that thing. But you need that thing back to feel like you are all of yourself. Reconnect to when I said goodbye. I was ready to electric slide. Now, electric slide, of course, is a dance, but your brain uses electricity, and sliding on something is like, essentially like ghosting it, getting it out. Just, I'm gonna not be around that. I'm gonna be over there. The electric slide being a move where you kind of scoot yourself away. So, yeah, I acknowledge it'll take some time. I was demolished down to miniature bricks, one man plus the sinister six. That's a crazy set of bars. I mean, acknowledging, first of all, that, like, yeah, I basically wronged you by getting rid of you, so I know you're not going to just be, like, immediately happy. But being rid of you splintered me further to a point. I mean, one man plus the sinister six is basically declaring, yeah, I'm in 7 parts. Before he said 3/5, but he's been broken again since then on the album. So now we're up to 7 parts. The Sinister Six is the group of villains from Spider-Man also. So this is another comic book reference. The implication of one man plus the Sinister Six. Is he talking about him and 6 excluding of the person that he's bringing back into the fold? Or is he saying that that person has been there all along and these other 6 personalities conspired to keep him out, making them the Sinister Six? Maybe both. In more spots than 101% fix since you back in the mix. In more spots than 101% fixed since you back in the mix. I don't know what he means by in more spots, but 101% fixed since you back in the mix, implying that he feels like even more complete than he thought he could be by having, this person back or this personality back. So yeah, again, this feels like it has to be explicitly about like bringing a part of yourself back, even more so than like, I mean, I know he says homie, and there's, especially in the second verse, much more of an implication of bringing a friend back, but I definitely think he's drawing a parallel. And on this album, almost every single song, the 2 verses reflect some kind of duality. Aside from commenting on duality, sometimes it's Mike and a different person giving 2 different perspectives on an idea, but oftentimes Mike himself is giving 2 different perspectives on an idea, with the really hard shifts in songs like the Superman one or the, Contraband song, where the first and second verses have almost nothing to do with one another. Okay, I actually ended up sleeping on this one and also listening to this song like dozens of times, incidentally. Not because I felt like I needed to crack it any deeper per se. I just felt really lost in the emotions of this one because it really is the song that kind of inspired me to want to talk about this project in the first place. And the way this second verse plays out is fascinating to me because it, as I said earlier, does feel more like it's speaking to an exterior person, not just to, a rejoining part of your own consciousness. It also could be both. It goes, saw you off of Washington, saw you off of Instagram. I remember where you used to live. I remember hiding in the hills. Eventually something had to give. Is it me if I'm all split up? Do the pieces contain the whole? In the squeeze, who takes control? Its little holes in a sacred scroll took a toll on my process time, standing in line like its taste of soul. So saw you off of Washington, talking about the road, right? We talked about earlier that all the roads are named after important slave owners. Saw you off of Instagram, obviously the app. So, like, basically registering the existence of someone who had been missing. Somebody, you're like, oh wait, you're here, you're around, you're still here, And that almost, like, if I was really trying to stretch, it reminds me of, there's an Andrew WK song called I Want Your Face, where he's talking about someone, he keeps seeing his own reflection in various surfaces, thinking it's someone else and wanting their face because everyone says they look like It's a weird song, but this reminded me of that a little bit when I'm trying to think of it as seeing yourself. But it seems more like it's also talking about like seeing someone who used to be a part of your life and feeling like, I don't know if I'm complete without them being here. I remember where you used to live. I remember hiding in the hills. Eventually something had to give. And this is another place where there's a suggestion of some kind of trauma that we're not talking about, but we are talking about the fact that it happened and we're trying to reconnect from it. Like, hey, you were split off because of something that happened, on purpose. But that doesn't mean that you can't come back and we can't just put all that behind us. We don't even have to talk about what had to give. Something had to give. What does that mean, in this case? Why did you get locked away? It's not really answered. We just know it happened. This leads to all these questions like, is it me if I'm all split up? Do the pieces contain the whole? Remember the standalone complex concept that we're working with here. Each piece must holistically represent all of the ideas contained within the whole while also being its own thing. And this is the kind of question that has kept me up many nights. Like literally this question, do the pieces contain the whole? For a long time lived in denial of having any kind of dissociative identities because of the fact that rationally I can't know something I don't know. Like, I used to look at it that if there was another me inside of my head, that other me can't know anything that I don't know. Like, it's all inside my own brain. But what I've learned over time is that your brain can become partitioned in such a way that different parts of it do, in fact, not know the same things. They can have different memories. They can be different existences. And failing to acknowledge that possibility will lead to you basically just not even acknowledging that the other side of you is happening. But you could be switching back and forth, but if the two sides aren't acknowledging one another, you won't even realize it's happening, and I think that other people will tend to notice, like other people are going to gradually realize that there's something going on with you that they can't really put their finger on, but if you also can't explain it, like if they bring it up to you but you don't get it, then that becomes even harder for them to come to terms with. So it has to start with you being able to recognize that there's something happening in order for you to even interface with other people in a way that they're going to understand why you are the way that you are. You have to understand that to be able to help them with that. If the pieces do contain the whole, it doesn't necessarily mean that they can understand the whole. Like each piece may be just as important as the whole, but it also they aren't the whole. Like one song isn't this whole album. It may contain all of the ideas of the album, but it doesn't substitute the album as a whole. You need the whole experience to understand everything being said by it. But at the same time, the broad themes and the main objective point of it is kind of baked into every single moment of it. In the squeeze, who takes control? So that's another interesting question, right? Because if you have these multiple sides, which one is the one that comes out when you're like in danger? Like, do you throw away parts of yourself? I've had times where, ultimately I would say that like me not transitioning for such a long time had to do with like believing in a logical sense that it just didn't make sense for me to see myself in a certain way, and like running away from it for a really long time. And like even after finally recognizing like, oh yeah, I am definitely a woman, I see myself this way, there's like a tendency to want to run away from that sometimes, of like, yeah, but that's scary, like why would I choose that? And like if I feel threatened, I'm going to jump into the part of me that's going to run away from admitting how small and frail I feel. I'm going to run into the part of me that can pretend to be something bigger than itself, even if that means foregoing a part of my identity that I normally consider to be important, but in this moment of fear gets kind of left behind in favor of trying to to be the part of me that is capable of dealing with whatever that situation is. It's little holes in a sacred scroll. So like a sacred scroll, probably in this case being your memories, like the sort of journal in your mind of everything you've been through, and there's burn holes in your memories. Took a toll on my process time. So it's literally harder to think. It's harder to keep up with things and like to just like have reactions. And this is something I struggle with. I'm like fairly slow. I've always been like fairly slow to react in most cases. I'm not somebody with a quick reaction time, and I really have to think through what I'm trying to say. You know, I knew I wanted to talk about this whole album weeks ago, but I had to know what I'm trying to say about it. And even then, a lot of that is found in the process of actually talking. But I do need to, you know, process thoroughly before I can execute, and that means that sometimes I just feel like life is moving really slow for me compared to other people. Standing in line like it's Taste of Soul, which is a massive music festival, so you know, obviously lots of standing in line going on there. And then we hit this bridge. We was cold, we'll be gentle. Welcome home, we'll bring you simple. Yes, I know, it ain't that simple. That's why I wrote this all in pencil. You was gone, 'cause I left you on your own. I'm so regretful. Neglected stone brought home your rescue. You can pick who you sit next to. Yeah. So this is where we're kind of bringing back things that have been said in the song already, but making it even more direct and like apologetic. Like, I was cold, now I'll be gentle. You know, I'm bringing you home. I know it's not that simple, but I wrote this in pencil because it really comes from the heart, and I wanted to save it. Like, remember, the iPhone broke and lost like 8 or 9 songs. So this one was important enough that it was written down in a form that couldn't be lost so easily. You was gone because I left you on your own. I'm so regretful. It's just outright saying I regret having left you, you know, but brought you home, and you can pick who you sit next to, you know, meaning like at this table, even if you can't forgive me. And it makes me wonder if like this is one specific voice saying I was the one that, you know, there's more of us in here, but I'm the one who made the choice to leave you. I'm the one apologizing, and maybe you don't feel as sour towards some of the others as you do towards me, so you can choose where you sit at this table, you know, but I want you to know your space is here, and that I regret having left you out of it. Hitting this chorus, what was one now made few. And this is the first time that it feels like that's not a bad thing, right? Like throughout the album, there's this feeling of, oh, I've been shattered. I feel like I'm less than the whole of myself. But now it's like I've just been made into multiples, but that they're all worth having, you know, that I'm embracing all of those parts. What was one now made few. Few also can mean like, you know, when somebody says few, like referring to the very few people that are in their closest inner circle. What was one now made few. We look for what we lost before. We know you. We've moved on and act brand new. We didn't know the cost before. We know you. Yes, we've met. How time flew. We look for what we lost before. We know you. Yes, we've met. How time flew. We knew one day we'd meet again. We know you. So, you know, now we're really solidifying in, again, just everything that's been said already, but getting even more honest, even more sentimental, even more, like, direct about it. And so it feels, again, there's, like, an insistence to this song, right? It's really, like, almost pleading, like, hey, welcome back. We're really glad you're here. We're really sorry. We really hope that you could forgive us, you know, but, like, we need you, and we hope this is all going to go great from now on. And then you've got this outro bit. We're going again into like kind of a comedy voice, and it just feels it's like, and that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? The story's over. You put it together. You found the last piece. You found the last piece. It's like a twist. You know what I'm saying? These things ain't all dark. And it's like, wait a minute. What do you mean it's a twist? I never thought it had to end dark. Why would I assume that, you know? But like saying that it's a twist makes me think that another twist is coming. You know, so it's this weird setup where the voice is being so insistent that this was a happy ending and it's all okay, that it starts setting you up for it to go in the other direction. And so he's like, you know, oh, it's a subversion of expectations. And then finally goes, wait, is that a... And then he's cut off, right? Now, interestingly, there's like this odd, garbled, like radio staticky segment where there's two different voices over each other, sounding kind of aggressive. It's hard to make out what they're saying. They're talking about respecting the person that you're going to be, but not necessarily who you are right now, or something to that effect. And then the next song is The Dream of a Midnight Baby. Now, if you, like me, had already looked at the track titles, you know, as you're listening to the album, you're seeing the track titles. When you hear the "Wait, what is that?" You assume that it's going to be the baby. Like, that's what's being seen. So it's interesting that it doesn't jump directly into the baby song. There's this other thing that happens first. And so if you didn't notice the track title, you might not immediately assume what's being seen. But to me, it was like, okay, it's the baby. You know, like, this is like the prelude, and there's kind of like a tone shift as we enter the baby saga, you know. Speaking of tone shifts, this is the most hard shifting part of the album, right? Where you go from the Clark Kent song that's like very big and spacious to this incredibly like intimate, soft song, Rejoinder, that sounds like a lullaby and is very like up close to the ear and personal. And then that goes into like this smoky, weird, mysterious midnight. Well, we'll talk about the Midnight Baby song in a moment, but like all three of these songs are completely different. And yet they all make sense on this album in a way that they only could because of what we've set up so far with the first half. Like, this is where the album is truly getting weird. You know, like, it's already been weird, but now it's getting really weird because it's kind of spiraling out to include more, not fictitious per se, but like, whereas the story of the barbershop and the story of dropping the phone were like very down to earth, normal day-to-day stories, or the story of stealing shoes, you know, like real things that really happened. You know, Clark Kent turning into Superman and having a dream of a midnight baby. These are like more fantastical, you know, and we're addressing the dissociative identities way more directly. It's not like a suggestive thing in the background. It's suddenly at the forefront. It's like, hey, I'm literally inviting lost parts of myself back into my mind, you know, whether that's in the form of people I'm reconnecting with or my own parts of my own psyche I'm reconnecting with. This song is so directly about the personal psyche, I can't take it as like just being about a friend. Like, if you tried to tell me, no, this song is just about reconnecting with a friend, I'd be like, not enough of the bars are applicable to that for it to be just that. It has to be both. And again, every song on here has multiple meanings, so it's really hard to imagine it didn't mean both things.
Falling in a dream, crawling to the room, calling from the way out, drawing me to you. Call the ambulance, call me from the moon, call me in from way out. I know I had a dream about a baby. It was talking like a grown up. It knew all about the universe and it told me what to do.
Alright, A Dream of the Midnight Baby. Not a euphemism. I feel like I knew exactly what the Midnight Baby was as soon as I saw the title of this song, even before hearing it described, and the description was just exactly what I was imagining. So I was like, yeah, okay, I get it. I understand this. This song, kind of like Okay But on the Phone Screen, can either be taken as like the dumbest shitpost or like the most tragic description of being racked with sleep paralysis. Like, I assume this baby is a sleep paralysis demon is what's going on here to me. And anybody who struggles with PTSD, this is like a common problem. Aside from dissociation, you know, sleep paralysis is the type of thing you might deal with. And especially if you're waking up knowing everything, you're probably getting visited by something like a midnight baby, you know, 2001: A Space Odyssey energy over here. But also, like, Who's the Best Baby, I Think You Should Leave sketch energy. We already have I Think You Should Leave references, so I know this is somewhere in Open Mike Eagle's brain is the Who's the Best Baby sketch. And for me, as a dissociative who also has little space tendencies and can regress to feeling like a baby sometimes, I find the thought of like seeing the Midnight Baby particularly funny, particularly entertaining. This is where I want to start talking about the Anthony Fantano review, because This is like a pretty simple and straightforward song that I think is funny and cute and very easy to listen to. And Anthony Fantano's take on this song was like, I think he basically just described the way that it sounds, that like Mike is doing this like double vocal layered singing style, and it's over this like kind of another muzak, like weird elevator music, but like through glitch hell, you know, type beat. But he described it as unlistenable. Like he basically just described how the song sounds and then said it created an unlistenable song. And Open Mike reacting to that was immediately like, it's not unlistenable literally, because I listen to it all the time, you know? And I just thought that was such an odd choice of words for a review, particularly of a song you did in fact listen to. Like, what do you mean by unlistenable? Like, you just don't like it a whole lot personally, but, you know, it's not a very descriptive, like, it doesn't really put forward to me why it was unlistenable. Like, he described the song, but he didn't describe something that to me automatically clocks as something that is like, what he described did not to me sound like a description of an unlistenable song. And listening to the song, I like the song. So I can't find where it's unlistenable. And it feels like an excuse to dismiss the song, just like, well, this one didn't hit with me. Like, that's what he really means, right? This one didn't hit with me. Like, this one's a skip. That's fine. Saying, like, this one's a skip for me, that would have been not weird at all. But calling it unlistenable when it's, like, a perfectly listenable song was like, what do you mean by that? You know, it's not unlistenable. It's literally not unlistenable. So where are you coming from with this? You know, like, it's not a good way for a reviewer to talk about music. You can't call the music unlistenable, because that's the same as just saying I don't like it. Like, it is literally listenable to people who do like it, but you don't like it, so to you it's unlistenable, right? So to use that word is such an odd choice when you could use so many other words, like so many other phrases, so many other words to describe the way in which you don't like it, instead of saying something that just sounds like it sounds like you're trying to suggest that nobody could possibly like the song, you know, because it's unlistenable. And that's just not the case. I don't think anybody really prints a song they think is unlistenable. Like, at the very least, probably the person who made the song thought it was listenable, unless they're just not checking at all, you know? Like, I could believe that Justin Bieber literally didn't hear every song on his new album, but like, I don't think that's going to be the case with Open Mike. You know, I think probably he was like standing behind each of these when he put them on the album. So anyway, this song, again, I felt like I got the concept right away. I thought it was funny. I thought it was cute. I thought it was an entertaining song, and I think it's quite listenable. It goes, falling in a dream, crawling to the room, crawling from the way out, drawing me to you. Call the ambulance. Call me from the moon. Call me in from way out. I know what you can do. And then over top of that comes in, I had a dream about a baby. It was talking like a grown-up. It knew all about the universe, and it told me what to do. It was crawling on the ceiling. It was floating in the window, and it said it had a message, and its skin was kind of blue. I was so resistant, so I questioned the existence of a baby full of wisdom with some shit to say to me. I'm a random in the ghetto, paying rent. I'm nothing special. I'm not being disrespectful. I just don't know what to do. Actually, what this story specifically reminds me of is the song Rosetta Stoned by Tool, which is about like a stoner in the desert who gets kidnapped by aliens, and they tell him the truth of the universe. But I forgot my pen. So he forgets the message, and he can't remember what the aliens told him. In this case, it's like more of a, like, why are you burdening me with this responsibility? You know, like, I'm just some guy. I don't need to meet a midnight baby and be imparted with wisdom from a speaking galactic baby. I'm fine. I didn't need this, you know, which is a funny reaction also to have to the midnight baby, I think. falling in a dream, crawling to the room, calling from the way out, drawing me to you. These could have been like post-hardcore lyrics. This could have been a Shiner song or something. Like, call the ambulance, call me from the moon, call me in from way out, I know what you can do. Like, when I think of Midnight Baby and I think of Call Me From the Moon, now I'm thinking about like Moonchild by King Crimson. Like, this is some real like schizo outsider shit. This is like, I'm seeing the other side, the dark, I'm literally on the dark side of the moon right now, you know. That's the vibe of this opening bit. But then it goes from being like super poetic to being hilariously direct, right? Like, we're going from crawling to the room, call me from the moon, call me in from way out, to I had a dream about a baby. It was talking like a grown-up. It knew all about the universe, and it told me what to do. You know, now we're in like so direct that you can't not imagine something, right? Like, you probably right away start picturing the scenario of the baby talking like a grown-up telling you about the universe. Like, it's just so direct you can't not imagine it. It was crawling on the ceiling, so now we've got Train Spotting / Family Guy referencing Train Spotting, you know, imagery going on. It was floating in the window, and it said it had a message, and its skin was kind of blue. I think he fully described it on stream as like it should look like the whole thing, including the diaper, looks like the universe. Like, would be like just a pattern of galaxies, you know, stars and everything, like on the baby. I was so resistant, so I questioned the existence of a baby full of wisdom. We already went over that. Okay, yes, I hear you. Okay, why you crying? It's midnight, baby. But the way he sings it. Okay, yes, I hear you. Okay, why you crying? It's midnight, baby. It's midnight, baby. So now we're taking the idea of the midnight, like, this is the midnight baby, but he's also saying, it's midnight, baby. And like, It's Midnight Baby could be a hook in a completely different song, you know, but in this context, it's really fucking funny to hear him sing it that way when he's just trying to, like, literally talk to a crying midnight god baby. You'd be like, what's going on? All I knew to do was call her Baba. Some high dimension must be her father. Don't try to reason, don't bother. This dream is not for your comfort. Your feelings isn't considered. Blue baby smoking a stogie. You can't tell nobody you lonely. You sound insane to your homies. Your older sister don't know me. Private supernatural secret. Crazy omnipotent baby. Floating it came through the window. Knowing. Speak to me like I'm holy. Stop it. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. Now these lyrics are getting way more intense. Like way more feverish and emotional, right? So right away, he's just calling the baby Baba. Thinking like, okay, well, you know, you're a baby. I don't know what to do other than treat you like a baby. Thinking some high dimension must be her father. There's no reason to try to reason with this. This is clearly not here to comfort me. He's not being comforted by the dream, so it must not be a dream that is meant to be comforting. It is not considering his feelings. It's a blue baby smoking a stogie, which now we've got the imagery of the baby with the cigar, which is very cartoon, you know, very old school cartoon. And obviously, like, wrong, but it gives this sense of it is like an adult baby, you know. He is somehow uncomforted by this image of this baby that knows too much and acts too grown up, and he doesn't like it. It makes him feel weird. You can't tell nobody you lonely. You sound insane to your homies. So now we're talking about, like, well, is this what caused this? Is this the feelings that are invoking this midnight baby? Is this feeling of like closed off, like I don't know how to talk about my feelings, and my homies just think I sound insane, so I'm telling them shit like I see a midnight baby, you know, and like I'm having these hallucinations and I've got multiple personalities and I don't know how to talk about this to anybody, you know. Your older sister don't know me makes me think like he's talking about how, you know, even his friends, like close family members don't really know him because he's so closed off. He only knows like a few people, you know, and like it makes him feel even crazier. At least this could be me projecting at this point, because that's how I feel. Like even the people I do know, a lot of them, I don't really know that many people close to them, because it takes so much effort for me to even just communicate what the fuck is going on with me to one person, much less to make everybody around them get it too, you know. Private, supernatural, secret, crazy, omnipotent baby, you know. So now he's basically saying like, this is something I feel like I have to keep to myself, because how am I going to tell, you know, how am I going to tell you when you're hanging out with your sister about the midnight baby thing I saw there? Y'all are just going to think I'm crazy, you know. Floating, it came in through the window, knowing, speak to me like I'm holy. Makes me think of Holy Holy by fucking Jordy Greep. Let me know in the comments if you want a Jordy Greep analysis video, because I could go on for about this long about that album, maybe even longer. Good lord. I've watched so many live performances of that. But yeah, anyway, this one, I don't want to dwell on this one too much, because it is like mostly a funny-ass kind of a shitpost song. It's only 2 minutes long. It is, again, seemingly just like a funny way of talking about seeing a sleep paralysis demon in the form of a galactic baby. To me, the best baby contest sketch is so funny because there's so many people who are like violently threatening a baby for no apparent reason other than they just think he's bad. They just think he's a bad boy. I hope you fucking die, Bart Harley Jarvis. Like, yeah, that's the energy. It's funny. This is a good one. I don't understand why Fantano called this unlistenable. I just felt like he didn't understand what the fucking song was about.
Dark comedy television.
I'm on the scene. Wide leg, Michael Jordan, Generation X jeans. I yell, holy ho, I'm too clean. Wide leg, Michael Jordan, Generation X jeans. Cause I'm 45, I'm 19.
Alright, I'm gonna make quicker work of wide leg Michael Jordan Generation X jeans, just simply because this is the least relatable song to me on this album, in that not only is about Gen X fashion, and I'm not Gen X, but I also don't wear any of these fashion styles, you know, was not peeping any of these fashion styles at any time. A lot of this is about what he was wearing seemingly at 19 in the 90s, you know, so like truly unrelatable fashion to me. And even though some of the bars here still, like, they're playing into the themes of the album in ways that I can touch on, it's hard for me to get like in-depth analyzing any of this. The beat is fantastic. The flow on this song is maybe the most like just icy cold, like dope ass rap flow on the whole project. Like, this is maybe the most fun song probably to rap along to, especially if you feel the imagery of it. The hook is really fun too, just the wide leg Michael Jordan Generation X jeans. I yell hootie hoo, I'm too clean. Wide leg Michael Jordan Generation X jeans. Like, that's a really funny hook and just fun to sing. But he says, is I'm 45 or 19? Don't wake me up, it's my dream. So this is him basically imagining if at 19 he could have had all the fashion that he wanted, and it's him like creating a fantasy about having been able to do that back then. Face screwed, you never see the top of my shoes. I know ball, I dress like I'm 8 feet tall. My fit huge, my jeans is Orlando blue. I cross colors, might caught the damage and used. My shit match, my patch is HBCU. Daffy Duck on my shirt, he wearing big jeans too. Patent leather on my feet, cause it ain't shit sweet. My shit's large, you know I got the courtside seats. Like, this is just really fun rapping, and like, I have to emphasize, even though I've rapped a bunch of bars on this album, I'm not doing any of it justice because I haven't memorized it. Like, Mike is doing very, very specific like inflections and flows that makes this stuff more fun to listen to. I keep taking it kind of down the most obvious path because I don't know the songs that well. I'm just, trying to rap in a way that's comprehensible. But when you listen to these songs over and over again, they stay fresh and they stay exciting because Mike does so many unpredictable things, because he doesn't just take the obvious path through the vocals, through the lyrics, even when he's doing a flow that you could figure out, but he's using, again, inflections and melodic like shifts in his voice that are just more exciting to listen to than it would be if it actually sounded like the way I'm performing it, which makes these songs really great. There's a note here about how the specific series of shirts with Looney Tunes characters wearing big jeans that he's referencing here, I guess, did not include Daffy Duck, but it's nonetheless a great fucking bar because I can easily imagine Daffy Duck in big jeans on the front of a shirt. I've seen plenty of shirts like that. I'm sure there were knockoffs that did have Daffy Duck, you know, like I've seen so many of that type of a shirt from like just random ass airbrush stores that exist in the Walmart or whatever, you know, like it ain't that hard to come across whatever character you're trying to look for. Make way, my pants got the big ass legs. If I wanted to, I could pack a whole AK. One love. So this is almost Open Mike even suggesting that if he wanted to, he could fit an AK-47 in his pants is like the Open Mike Eagle level of Backseat Freestyle by Kendrick, you know, where it's like him reflecting on being a bit younger, but like in the most outrageous way possible. But Mike being like so anti-war, so anti-violence that even saying, if I wanted to, I could pack a whole AK. One love, though. Reminder, I would never, you know, if I wanted to, but I don't, obviously. One love, freaky like Zeke, the skinny pants freak me out. I'm coming out with the Z Cavarici, not quite Jinkos, off-white sneaks though. My feet stay covered. I hover over sinkholes. That's a great line. Denim tent, I give a grizzly bear trouble. I'm so Mike, my jeans got a air bubble. Saying I'm unfashionable, I won't listen. So baggy looking at me when shit come up missing. Whispering, pointing, don't pay attention. I'm in studio headphones, humming mint condition. Your religion is untrue, hybrids confuse you. One leg Carl Connie, other leg Fubu, one. That's the line where I said it ties into the rest of the album, right? He's talking a lot about combining different fashions, about, you know, one leg is one brand and the other leg is the other brand on the same pair of pants, which is a crazy idea, you know, but it's about hybridization. It's about wearing different stuff. Speaking as Nova, I have only really just started developing my own personal style. I've literally just been wearing all pink in this video. You know, I changed shirts. I've been wearing the same pants. I've got this robe just because it's cold and this is the best thing I have to keep me not quite as cold as I was. But, you know, this is the closest thing I have to a fashion sense yet, is that I like joggers. I like arm showing pink shirts, and that's how far I've gotten. You know, I'm a relatively new personality. You know, historically, other parts of my psyche have developed a style that they called cluster punk, which is about just combining as many totally garish combinations until it reaches a level of being intentful. Like, you know, just taking it so far that it is like distractingly garish, you know, and it becomes like an overwhelming sense of like, well, okay, that person's clearly just trying to look ridiculous. I feel like this is a cooler version of something like that. You know, he's doing something hybridized and non-standard, but at the very least comprised of elements that are cool, that are definitely agreeably cool, as compared to you know, cluster punk is kind of like dressed like shit on purpose. But yeah, again, I don't know enough of these references. Honestly, I wish that this Genius page was better filled out, because I don't even know who some of these brands are, and I'm not going to pretend I do. I'm not going to overanalyze this one. It's a good-ass song. It's fun to listen to, really fun to rap, but this one's not for me, specifically. I mean, not that any of it's like for me, but this one specifically is very much not for me.
Usually, you know, most times, you know, usually, you know, sometimes I get a little real big, sometimes I get a little real big, sometimes I get a little, usually, you know, most times, you know.
All right, we are nearing the end of the dark comedy elevator movie here with Sorry I Got Huge, also not a euphemism. And this is an odd song. It's one of the, in spite of the name, like smaller sounding, more subtle songs that doesn't have as much evolution or like of a multi-part feeling. And honestly is maybe my least favorite song on the album musically, in terms of being like something memorable and fun to like hear or look back on. But I do think it's a really interesting concept. The hook is, usually you know, said most times you know, Sometimes I get a little real big. Sometimes I get a little real big. Sometimes I get a little. Sometimes I get a little. Usually, you know. Said most times, you know. Sometimes I get a little real big. Sometimes I get a little real big. Being said so many times. Obviously, this can mean a lot of things. It says explicitly not a euphemism on the title of the song because that's obviously the first thing you're going to think of is sometimes I get a little real big. It sounds like a really funny way of referring to a specific type of an erection. But if it's not a euphemism, then what is it? Sometimes I get a little real big. You don't literally grow as a human being larger all of a sudden, right? But as an artist, sometimes Open Mike Eagle gets a little real big. Like suddenly Open Mike Eagle will be like on the cover of MySpace or whatever, or a talking point of an article, or have a take that blows up. You know, now as a YouTuber, there's even like another realm, another factor of being sometimes a little real big all of a sudden. Sometimes I get a little real big, so I totally understand, but also sometimes I get a little big-headed. Sometimes I get a little, sometimes I put my foot down and I take charge and I become the focal point. I become at the center of the room when usually I'm in the background, you know. Usually, you know. Said most times, you know, but sometimes I get a little real big. So I get that aspect, and diving into the lyrics, this is one of the more direct songs in terms of like what it is saying. Like the hook is cheeky and, you know, makes it sound like, oh, this could mean a bunch of things, but the verses are extremely direct. My therapist said take up space. My little boy said take up space. My old blood said take up space. So right away we know this is about someone who normally doesn't take up much space, normally sits in the background and just lets things happen, who knows that they should be taking up more space. That, like, even though the song is apologizing for sometimes getting a little big, or sometimes getting a little real big, which could also mean sometimes I get a little real in like a big way. Sometimes I get a little real big, but my therapist says I should get more real big. My son says I should get more real big. This is the first time that he has confirmed he does seem to have a kid, which makes me think that he was saying that he was a Goku level father before, which is sad if true, but you know, whatever. I'm sorry I'm sorry for reading your lyrics too in depth. My old blood said take up space, you know. So even on like an ancestral level, he's like, I feel as though it is my calling to do more than I've done. I feel as though on all levels I should be taking up more space. But sometimes I get a little. Sometimes I get a little. He doesn't always say sometimes I get a little real big. Sometimes he just says sometimes I get a little. So this is also a song about not always getting big, sometimes getting little, sometimes becoming even smaller than you are. And I talked already about myself being a little space user, somebody who, you know, sometimes just becomes like a younger version of myself, or a small, scared, frail, you know, sometimes I just get closed off from being able to be a boss. And then sometimes I get closed off from being able to access being little, or being, you know, any sort of not a boss. A lot of rappers are very insistent about the idea that they're basically like bossed up 24/7. So, you know, I do think it takes a certain like honesty to be able to say like, nah, sometimes I sometimes I get a little real big and sometimes I get a little, you know. Tired of saying I'm so sorry. I cry if I wanna. It's my party. That's of course a reference to the old song. It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. Tired of holding my tongue and keeping secrets like I sold crack. Which is, you know, also a way of saying, hey, I've never sold crack. Why do I act like someone who has sold crack when I haven't even done that? It's like blow, hold back, blow, hold back. There's some N-words in there I'm not going to repeat. Yeah, I understand this feeling of like sometimes you feel like every once in a while you have to pop off. You know, as Kendrick said, sometimes you got to pop out and show. And like when you do that and then you start holding back, you feel like, well, why aren't I always doing that? You know, like, why aren't I taking care of all problems? Why do I feel this pull to become little again when I know I could be real big? A large pile of unsaids, 15,000 unreads. I've been there. Actually, that's probably what my email looks like right now on at least one of my accounts. Staying quiet like, you don't want to sleep wild on a bunk bed. You don't want to sleep wild on a bunk bed. I mean, if he's talking about his, like, inside of his head, because he's got multiple personalities, like, being in a permanent state of bunk bed, and if you sleep wild, like, you're not going to get the amount of sleep you need, or you're going to wake up the other, like, if you sleep wild, you're going to wake up the other person on the other bunk, you know, so you're trying to have, like, a comforting sleep. I assume that's what he's talking about. You don't want to sleep wild on a bunk bed to avoid the bloodshed. Who's the winner in a clean fight? You don't want to sleep wild on a bunk bed to avoid the bloodshed. Yeah, fuck it. Just cause the... I don't know. It's hard for me to tell if he's saying, like, you don't want to cause a problem or you do want to cause the problem. Who's the winner in a clean fight? I'm finna get the green light. I'm telling you, Open Mic wants beef. I feel... Look, I, as a rapper, there's a few people that I'm like... I literally was talking to some of my friends today about, like, do you want me to start problems with this rapper? Like, there's another rapper that is flirting with my name, and I'm a little worried about if they start opening their mouth about me that I'm going to have to put it back into their mouth. You know, like, that was a weird way to say that. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm looking to start rap beef. I understand. I see what you're doing here, Mike. I see how you are just dying to get let off the chain. My aura's bigger than it seems, as big as a refrigerator. That's a fucking hilarious line. Like, as an anime fan especially, like, my favorite manga right now is Frieren. And in Frieren, like, you can basically suppress how your aura looks to other people to make yourself, you know, seem like you're not just, like, way more powerful than people around you. But, like, certain characters have, like, an unsuppressed aura that just is, like, this massive pillar of aura shooting up to the sky, you know? So when you think, like, my aura is bigger than it seems, like, you're imagining this massive aura, but it's, like, as big as a refrigerator. It's, like, slightly bigger than me, you know? Like, somewhat larger than a person. Staying little till a little later. But staying little till a little later. Back corner of the elevator. Little like the czar of the telestrator, and apparently that's a reference to a guy who was the czar of the telestrator and is really, really short. Telestrator's a bass, I think, or a keyboard. I'm not even sure. But yeah, this is pretty direct about what it is about. It's about this feeling of sometimes I feel little, sometimes I feel a little real big, and I want to. The vibe is I want to be big more often, even though the title's apologizing for getting huge. It seems like the song is saying, I think I need to get huge more often. I think I need to stop holding back. We get to the chorus again. Sometimes I get a real big. And then the second verse, 20 miles till my shirt sleeves, put them hard in me. Stay small, be a part of things, deeper than it pretends to be. Shit, I hid my real big from me. The little guy rides in the Titan. Get them to memorize the lies of the frightened. Applied science, my true size is skywriting. Sans serif handed down from my grandparents. Wow. That got way more poetic than the first verse. 20 miles till my shirt sleeves. So he's so big that getting from, I assume, his head to the sleeves of his shirt is 20 miles. 20 miles till my shirt sleeves. Put them hard in me. I don't know what put them hard... Oh, put them hard in me. So, like, more than one person, you know, put their hearts in me. Stay small, be a part of things. So, staying small is so that he can still feel like a part of a community, still part of the lives of the people around him, and not be too big for everything around him. Deeper than it pretends to be. Shit. So, yeah, he's saying... I mean, this whole album is obviously deeper than it pretends to be, as evidenced by this video. I hid my real big from me. I understand this too. Like, literally deciding so hard that you're trying not to be too big that you forget how big you actually can be. The little guy rides in the Titan. This has to be an Attack on Titan reference, because Titans kind of function like Gundam in a way. It's like you're building an exterior self around yourself, but you're still in there. I think, yeah, because, like, you have to, like, attack the dude in the Titan, right? Or they're in the neck or something. I'm trying to remember. Attack on Titan was functionally like Gundams, if I remember correctly. I watched most of this fucking... No, I watched all of that show. It only made a little bit of sense. But the little guy rides the Titan is a great fucking line. I always describe if you get too high to a point where your body feels like gigantic. I call that being Gundam high. Because you feel like your body is a Gundam and you're just like the person in the Gundam, but your body just seems unimaginably big. Gundam high. The little guy rides in the Titan. Get them to memorize the lies of the frightened. So I assume he's talking about his own self, like getting himself to memorize, getting his own selves to memorize the lies of the frightened so he can fit in and feel smaller. Applied science, my true size is skywriting. So my true size, I would be up there, you know, literally just able to draw on the clouds with my hands. Sans serif handed down from my grandparents. Sans serif, of course, means typeface that doesn't have the little lines on it. Serif type is better for like novelization writing, but sans serif is better for reading on a computer screen or like a phone screen. So, you know, but even though it's sans serif, it's handed down from his grandparents, so it's a cultural thing. Even if he's writing it in modern sans serif ways, it is still something that's been handed down through time. So it's ancestral on top of being modern. Yeah, it's a conceptually really good song. I would say that, like, it's not my favorite listening experience on the album. It's definitely the least memorable song to me in terms of a listening experience. But in terms of the message, I think it's interesting. And it's also got this little ending bit. I'm going to play it back for myself to remember exactly what he says. But it's another one that kind of reminds me of Adele the Funky Homo Sapien bit. Also, this is like literally mumble rap. Like, he is objectively mumbling in this song, which is interesting. It's interesting that Mike would do his own version of a mumble rap. Dark comedy elevator movie is now over. Oh, the bit I was talking about is actually at the end of the previous song. I forgot to mention it, that there's a whole bit of him talking about how people are always telling him he can't sell his own, or he can't make his own merch or whatever, and he's like about to crash out and go on like a whole rant, but then he stops himself and kind of apologizes. So I think actually this song is apologizing for that. That was him getting huge, like getting huge meaning crashing out on someone for, you know, a dumb opinion. And then he, you know, immediately got little about it and apologized. So I should have noticed that that was happening then, but I'm glad that I didn't even mention it until I understood it better by breaking down this song afterwards. This song ends with dark comedy, elevator movie is now over. So we have officially reached the end of the concept, and now we're going to be in what I assume the final song to me must be the end credits then, right? Like, if the movie is over, then this has to be what is playing during the credits. And it's one of my favorite songs on the album, so let's go over to that one.
I got all you niggas' voices in my skull. Introspective writer, street and chase technician. I got all you niggas' voices in my skull.
All right, we're finally on the last song, Unlimited Skull Voices, which reminds me of Unlimited Blade Works from Fate Stay Night. I really wonder if Open Mike Eagle knows Fate Stay Night. I actually listened back through the whole album just now to make sure that I didn't miss anything going into this. Mostly I just picked up on even more of the dark and light dualism theming throughout the album, particularly the fact that he even mentions getting a taper fade multiple times on the first song, which, you know, a taper is a half black, half white animal, and with like a slight fade between the colors. And so it makes me think of this whole album being about like this dark and light and them fading into one another, because they are, you know, these events are often connected in both ways. You know, even some of the songs that are like about something sad, it's sad because of the loss of something that was good, like the songs that had been written that were smashed in the phone. You know, this is kind of a song about being overwhelmed by something that in some cases is positive. In this song, the dark and light are kind of like right next to each other the whole way through, because he's just being overwhelmed by everything. The hook of this song, here on screen, I got all you people's voices in my skull, as I'm gonna say it. You know, this word was quite rare on this album before it showed up in the hook of this song, but it's really catchy. I have a really strong case of internal echolalia. Echolalia is where you hear something and you have a tendency to repeat it just because you heard it. like parroting things back. I have a tendency towards that too, but internal echolalia is when you do it inside your mind. You hear something, your brain recreates it. When you have a song stuck in your head, that would be an example. I always have sounds in my head at all times, and sometimes it gets really overwhelming because the sounds can start overlapping each other and there can be just so much going on, and sometimes I can't get it under control and it just feels like this storm is raging inside of my mind. And this song does a great job of explaining what that feels like and also kind of simulating the feeling, because it has this very introspective, dark, pulled in, but like scattershot and weird melody in the background. Like, even though it's subtle, the way that the melody is playing out is just weird. You know, it doesn't feel natural or like a normal progression of sounds. So there's this off-kilter feeling to the whole song, and the way he's singing has this kind of creepy vibe of, I got all you people's voices in my skull, which this is another one that's like so something I would do that it's like, wow, I must really be influenced by open mic because I've made stuff that sounds like this, you know, particularly if you go back to my Boogie Pop Duo versus the Golden Witch album. Like, I feel like I was on exactly this type of shit on that album. But yeah, having that internal echolalia, like, I have that condition where if I were to listen to like one person who has a very distinct voice speak over and over again for days, I'll start hearing their voice. Like Gordon Ramsay, there was a period of time where like my thoughts were in his voice because I just watched so much Kitchen Nightmares, you know, and I just start thinking in that. And I've made reference to the idea that I would cause that in people in my songs plenty of times, because a lot of my viewers have heard my voice for thousands of hours, you know, so there are people who have basically learned how to talk through listening to me talk, because they realized, oh, someone else who thinks this way has figured out how to communicate the way that they think, and it's not necessarily something that comes naturally. I had to develop this. I could not do this, you know, I learned how to do this. You know, I know that I am a voice in people's heads in the same way Anthony Fantano had been a voice in my head before. You know, I'm sure he's one of the voices that Open Mic's talking about in this song. Open Mike Eagle has become a voice in my head, especially not only was he already a voice in my head as a rapper, but he's now become a voice in my head as a YouTuber as well. And I'm sure that if he actually watched this whole video, I have become a voice in his head if I wasn't already. It's possible. He already knew who I was. At least he knew who Trixie the Golden Witch was. Nova's new, so I don't think he knew about me. But hi, Open Mike Eagle, I'm Nova. Pleasure to meet you. I will live in your head now, I guess. So who else voices are in his head that he names in this song? Introspective writer, street adjacent technician, polymath observer, hood museum exhibit, photographic sniper, postmodernist critic. Postmodernist critic, wait a minute. That's me. Maybe I was already in this song. Now here's where we get serious. I see every solitary voice. I don't know how to turn off all the noise. I don't know how to turn off all the noise. All the people got something to say. Even me, I got something to say. I've tried it every tolerable way. Conditions been conditioned by the business. Now I realize the difference. 'Cause I had figured, I had thought I'd shoot them all away. But all of them are audible today. All of them are audible today. That melody actually really reminds me of early TV on the Radio, which is a group that also influenced me a lot, especially with like their OK Calculator, like pre-signage music. But notice he didn't even say I hear every solitary voice. I see every solitary voice. Almost like a synesthesia situation going on, like what Pharrell's got. But yeah, this takes me back to something that Curtis King has been saying a lot, which is like, we all have the same internet. And, you know, when, like, every celebrity has, like, a bit of that, not even, like, narcissism, but, like, literally your job is your reputation as a celebrity. You have to know what people think about you. Like, the people buying your music are your bosses. And, like, they don't think of themselves that way, but and it's kind of to your benefit that they don't, because then they start making demands out of you. But, like, you know, you have to know what your bosses think about you. And so, yeah, Kendrick Lamar is opening up YouTube and typing Kendrick Lamar into the search bar and watching the most popular videos because those are the opinions that are being most propagated about him. Most people, most celebrities are pretending they're not seeing any of this shit. And some of them legitimately aren't. If they're at that level where they're like being like taken care of, like if they have managers who are reading that stuff for them and then telling them what to do, but that requires them to be somebody who doesn't make decisions for themselves. Like they have to literally have someone they have given control, and that person is reading all of the stuff while the celebrities off doing coke and having parties or whatever. So like, most people, though, most especially independent creators, yeah, of course they are listening to everything being said about them. Because what if this video is horribly wrong and gets a ton of views? You know, like that would be really bad. And that's why I think it made sense for Open Mic to react to Fantano's video. Fantano's video is 57,000 views. So, like, regardlessly whether even a fraction of those people, they will have what Fantano said about it in their heads. They're going to go into it thinking, oh, this is a Fantano 7, you know, and like, what does that even mean? It just means that Anthony Fantano didn't listen to it that many times. Like, it wasn't his bag. You know, I look at it like watching Open Mic react to, I keep wanting to call him Killer Mike for some reason. Like, Killer Mike got into my head in the last, like, 5 minutes. And somehow I keep lining up Killer Mike and then going, no, Open Mic. Open Mic. Not Killer Mike. Open Mic. Open Mic reacting to Fantano's video made sense because, for me, as a fan of the album, I'm naturally looking at it the way Open Mic is, as like, yeah, this is good stuff. Like, all of these are good songs with meaningful lyrics and clear intent behind them. And so when I see him reacting to Fantano, and he's being, again, very reserved about being like, well, of course it's all intentful. No, believe me, yes, of course there was a message. He didn't go to, like, justify and explain that. He just reassures you, and I already know as a listener that that's true, so I'm looking at it like, yeah, this is a solid defense, but, like, but somebody also needs to clarify exactly how wrong Fantano is, you know, like saying things like that these, you know, high concept, unique, interesting art rap songs that don't exist in any other context are unlistenable. And I'm like, you didn't try. I don't know how to turn off all the noise. Yeah, that's something I feel sometimes, you know, and it comes with the territory of I woke up knowing everything, right? Like, this is the dark version of that statement. Like, the opening song made it feel empowering to wake up knowing everything. It felt like, oh, I know how wrong everyone else is. I could put everyone in their place. And at the same time, there was an undercurrent paranoia to it, a feeling of like, uh-oh, I know everything and everything sucks, you know. But this song is more like, I would invite all of this into my head. It's just that it's overwhelming and I actually don't know how to turn it off. It's not even that I dislike having your voices in my head. It's just that there's too many and I don't know how to control that. I don't know how to deal with that, you know? So it's like a feeling of, I wish I could shut some of these off and not have all of it there all of the time, or at the very least, like, try to curate the voices that come into my head so that more of it is stuff that I want to hear and not, you know, just everything. But, like, a lot of stuff's going to get past your filters, you know. There's just so many voices out there. Especially as you grow larger, you have a bigger and bigger audience, you have less and less control over what kind of messages are going to reach you. All the people got something to say, even me, I got something to say. You know, this is where we reach back into that kind of dissociative pocket of, like, even I don't even want to hear the shit my own voices are saying about me, you know, and, like, that's something I've had to come to, like, I've really gotten more militant with my self-talk, you know, where I used to think, well, it's just thoughts. Like, it doesn't matter if it doesn't come out of your mouth. But it's like, what about me, though? I'm hurting myself with these thoughts. You know, this self-talk is bad for me. Dissing myself all the time is not a good feeling, you know? So, like, it doesn't leave me feeling good about myself if I'm always dissing myself. So sometimes I'm like, you have to, y'all in there, you got to shut up. Like, you got to stop with this, you know, you got to calm down and just let it be, you know, disappear the sounds and just listen to the silence sometimes. I recommend going out into the mountains. Conditions been conditioned by the business. Now I realize the difference, because I had thought I'd shot them all away, but all of them are audible today. So, yeah, I feel like he's saying here that, the business has conditioned him to think he needs to hear everything, and now he realizes that that's not true. Now that he's gone independent, he can kind of set his own boundaries, but it doesn't always work. Like I said, you might think you can really put yourself into your own little world, but your own little world still exists inside of the real world, so there's always going to be more than just what you are bargaining for. Now he seems to be talking to himself from another perspective within himself. This is the first time that he's just outright been saying you and clearly talking to himself. You can write songs. Your left and right's wrong. Unclench your tight jaw. You got me through shit. It's got too many skips. It's not as tight as this. What type of guy is this? Fucking genius, you. So unbelievable. No one believes in you. What a funny thing to do. Really should have finished school. Maybe should have played it cool. How you always on a tour? How you so self-assured? This rap is not pure. Man, who is this for? This culture's at war, and you gotta pick a side. Either hype or sick and tired. On the side, keeping score. So this gets us a little bit deeper into basically how Mike sees his place in the world and the kind of self-talk that he's doing to himself as a result of the way that people look at him, right? So he knows he can write songs. Your left and right's wrong. That's an interesting thing. Like, is he saying that he's literally gets his left and right confused? I see this a lot with people who have some of these same mental issues, is that like sometimes you literally just get left and right confused because the words sound like it's a flip of a coin, right? Which one's which in terms of logic. It's just one was assigned one and one was assigned the other arbitrarily. So in your mind it can be hard to like make them distinct. Unclench your tight jaw. I'm also a jaw clencher, when I'm not shaking my legs, that pressure just goes up into my jaw. You got me through shit. Now, this is where I really think we've got the alters talking because, we've said before, in Rejoinder, there was a voice that essentially admitted to having packed another voice away in order to self-preserve. And whichever persona that is, I think is the one being addressed here and told, like, you got me through shit. Like, yes, you may have been tough and, difficult, but if you hadn't been that way, we wouldn't have survived. So there's this kind of sense of, self-forgiveness going on here, but then we go into self-critique right after that, right? So again, this is chaotic dualism. We're all over the place with the self-love and self-hate in this verse. It's got too many skips. It's not as tight as this. What type of guy is this? These are the kind of criticisms he's obviously getting from other people. Your album's got too many skips. It's not as tight as whatever other album it's being compared to. In this case, it would be Clips, right? Like, this is a 14-track album where maybe you don't like a couple songs, whereas Clips just put out like the tightest, 11 tracks imaginable that everyone's been talking about, right? And these albums came out on the same day, and I listened to them both on that day, and I liked this one more, and I was like, I'm gonna be the only one. Like, I knew that day, I was like, I'm gonna be the only one who's like, the Open Mike Eagle album is better, and I didn't want to talk about it right away, because I was like, I don't want to be lost in the shuffle of everyone talking about the Clips album. Once Tyler dropped, finally the conversation changed enough that it was like, okay, I think there's space for the open, and also Open Mike's been on tour, so I kind of didn't want to like make him have to sit through a 4-hour video while he was touring. But yeah, like, what type of guy even is this? Like, Open Mike Eagle is not a type of a guy that exists. He's not an archetype. He's not a, like, easily recognizable type of a dude. He basically invented a category of a dude to be, and the only other people who do anything similar are people who work with him. Like, I was explaining this to my friends who were like, I don't know if this is really my type of music. And I'm like, well, this isn't anyone's type of music. Like, this is not a type of music other than that Open Mike Eagle and some of his friends make this, and people who are directly influenced by them, of which there are only a few. It's just not a type of guy, Fucking genius, you. So unbelievable, no one believes in you. So unbelievable that no one believes in you. I feel that. Really should have finished school. Maybe should have played it cool. How you always on a tour? Which is an interesting question, right? Like, why wouldn't, like, isn't that a compliment to always, like, isn't that a good thing? Or is that a bad thing? Or are they just like, how is it even possible at your size? You know, like, that feels like the kind of, like, a backhanded compliment. Like, are you sure you should be capable of always touring? Aren't you, like, small time? You know, like, that's the vibe I'm getting off of that question. But also, how are you so self-assured? Like, why do you feel you can always be touring? Like, what is your secret? What do we not recognize? I mean, I looked at the Bandcamp page and it looked like there was quite a lot of sales. So I was like, I don't know. It seems like he could definitely make a living off of this. Man, who is this for? This culture's at war and you gotta pick a side. Either hype or sick and tired on the side, keeping score. Now, this is interesting because I'm not sure if Mike is saying that he feels he's being challenged to pick a side or if he's telling you this. Because I do think Mike has a very clear side. Like, he's obviously, even though there's like, the politics are kind of in a backseat on this album, and I do kind of wish there was at least one song that was just more forwardly about the politics, since it kind of just sits in the background in a bunch of songs. Where those politics are at is like obviously communist, you know, like he's complaining about capitalism, he's complaining about the social hierarchies and the way that, you know, the feeling that like work is jail and that we've basically just been refining slavery to be something less obvious, but still as, you know, as, or serfdom, or however you want to look at it, is still a reality. You know, we're still under the control of people who are deciding how much freedom we get, how much of a life do you get to have. When it comes to the sort of resistance to that, it's, well, we want to be free in the sense that we want to be free to move. We want to be able to do what we want, you know, physically be able to like meet and share and do together things that, you know, that's the kind of stuff that like the people who want to control you fear, is that you're going to move together. I really think that everything about the United States, like, right now is oriented toward literally, like, making it hard to move house, hard to move physically, hard to go outside, you know, hard to move. And a lot of the music that was popular in the 2010s has been bedroom music. It has been, like, here's stuff to dissociate to, here's stuff to just have on in the background and not pay attention to. And there was a cultural shift last year. Kendrick Lamar said, I make music to electrify him. You make music to pacify him. It's kind of been the definitional culture war divide. Is like, you can either be trying to empower people so that they have more ability to give to you, or you can be trying to disempower people so that you can control more people to make them give to you. On a long enough time scale, you know, the people who you teach and give the ability to better themselves are going to love you more longer. The people who you leech off of and you leave them with a feeling that they didn't improve and you didn't give them the tools to improve, eventually they will resent you because they will feel like you just took from them forever. The hype, the electric, you know, that is the side that Open Mic wants to be on. He obviously doesn't want to be sick and tired on the side keeping score. That is the opposite side of the hype side. You know, and he's not making it sound like a pleasant place to be. In fact, he doesn't even think you should be in the game. If you're sick and tired, you should be on the side keeping score. Like, the two sides are either in the game or not even in the game. You know, which is also kind of what Kendrick had been saying. So I like to think of this as Open Mic declaring the side he's on. You know, this culture is at war, and you have to pick a side, and the side I am on is hype. I'm not on the sick and tired keeping score side. At the same time, it is overwhelming to be constantly hyped, you know, to be getting all of this poured into you. And so we return to the chorus: hyper-lyrical gymnast, which could be Kendrick. Devoted magical witness, I got all your voices in my skull. Photographic sniper, postmodernist critic, I got all your voices in my skull. Polymath observer, hood museum exhibit, introspective writer, street adjacent technician. I see every solitary voice. I don't know how to turn off all the noise. All the people got something to say. Even me, I got something to say. Yeah, pretty much repeats everything. Everything they say, I can hear it. Everything they can say, I can hear it. Plays us off. And I assume that means, again, everything I've said, Mike can hear it. Thank you, Mike. I love this project, obviously, since I spent so much time talking about it. If I did not love it, I would have given up way earlier. I really had to push through to get all of this done because it took up a lot of my day. But I sincerely really like this project. I want the people around me to understand it. This is the kind of thing where I will tell my friends, like, you should listen to this Open Mike Eagle album. And they're just going to listen to it and be like, yeah, okay, I guess that's good music. And I'm like, yeah, but did you listen to it? You know, like, did you try to understand what the lyrics are? Did you catch that there was a concept? Did you figure out why I care about it? You know, and I realized that, like, most of that stuff's just not obvious to most people to even think about, especially if music isn't a medium they have spent a lot of time thinking about. You know, even people who spend a lot of time analyzing media oftentimes just kind of don't process music the same way because they think of music as just something they use to hype themselves up. You know, they're thinking like, ah, yes, music, that's that thing I use to give me energy to go through the day. And I'm looking at it like, this is a movie. This is the dark comedy elevator movie, Neighborhood Gods Unlimited. And it's a very easy to rewatch. Like, I guess what I like about music is that it's like a movie that is very easy to rewatch because it doesn't require all of your senses. You know, with a movie, you have, I get not all of them, but with a movie, you have to have both the sight and the sound engaged, and that's a lot to process all at once. And, you know, if it's not really engaging on both levels, it's boring. But if it is engaging on both levels, it's kind of all-consuming. Whereas music can be engaged with on different levels. You can just have it in the background and it can still be kind of a pleasant experience, or you can give it your full attention and you can repeat it again and again and it's not that, you know, intrusive. So I love that projects like this exist. It's easier for me to listen to this album 100 times than it is for me to watch a movie twice, you know, because again, this can be just a pleasant thing to have on while I'm doing something else. But also when I do decide to interrogate it, when I do give it my full attention, it's rewarding. And I can be reminded of that rewarding experience through just as I'm casually listening to it, you know, hearing certain bars that I really like, and it just casually reminds me all of this depth that I know is in there, even if I don't have to think about all of it every single time. You know, it is rewarding to have done this experiment and gone through it all the way so that I have an even deeper sense of it. But I'm sure I will realize even more things. You know, I will have other moments in my life where I think, oh, this is just like that song, or this makes me, you know, feel a new way about this track. Maybe some of these songs that I didn't have a strong opinion about or didn't feel as like personally close to suddenly will mean a ton to me at some point. It's just hard to know. But that's what's so great about art, is that you have an evolving experience with it. And, you know, this thing came into existence at some point. I don't know when Mike had the ideas for these songs, but like this album dropped on July 11th, and it just so happened that I, Nova, was born on July 5th, you know. And so on this day that I was finding a piece of myself that made me feel more complete, suddenly an album came out that's kind of about that experience. And it's different enough from my life that it feels like a totally different art project that I never could have come up with. But at the same time, it has these little sprinkles and effects of moments that make me go, oh yeah, I'm also living in parallel with Mike. You know, even though he lives in LA and he's 10 years older than me and he has a long career as an art rapper, and I am an, you know, primarily internet analysis anime YouTuber, there is enough concurrence between those things that we crossed paths here. You know, this album is where we meet as, oh, suddenly we're like the same person in this one specific way. Now our voices are inside each other's skulls. But there's a bunch of other voices. I don't have all these voices that he mentioned. I only have a few of them. Anyway, I think I've said enough about this album. In terms of what I'm going to cover next, I will probably make a video just talking about my favorite albums of this year so far, because it has been a phenomenal year for music. Maybe I'll do one about 2024 also, or just both of them at once. But I'm not sure if I'm going to do that because I kind of only want to talk about independently released music, and I have to do a level of research even to find out how much stuff is completely independent like this. I'd also love to get the blessing of the artists every time I was going to do a deep dive into an album, but I don't know how reasonable that is. My favorite album of this year so far is the new Cleo Reed album called Country, Cuntry. It came out like a week after this Open Mike Eagle album, and I discovered it maybe a week later through a friend of mine in my Discord, and it blew my mind. Like, it's an incredible album that really stuck in my head and really hit me exactly where I'm at on an even more broad level than this album did. No one has listened to this album. I've seen no one talk about it. So I don't know if it would be reasonable for me to do that. I don't know if any of you have heard it or like it, or if you know about it, or if you would want to know about it through the form of suddenly hearing about it for hours. Please listen to that album. Please listen to Cleo Reed's Country at the very least and tell me what you think. Whether or not I cover that as the next one I do a deep dive on, I would be interested in talking about Ravina's album from last year, but I don't know if that's an independent release. I would want to do more research. There's a new Mars Volta album. There's some stuff. I might go back and cover Francis DeMute, but if I do that, it's going to be preposterously long. I'm a little intimidated by the thought of that. But let me know what you want to hear about. Just know that I'm not going to be flippant or cover like every album. I'm really going to be selective about what I cover on this channel because I'm going to go extremely in depth. These videos are not going to come out all the time. This is something I can only do when I really, really want to go in on a thing. And in this case, it was like, not only did I want to talk about this album, but it kind of felt like the Great Magnet was pulling me in that direction when I asked Mike and he said I could do it, and then he reviewed that Fantano review and it sucked, and I was like, okay, the universe is telling me to make this video. And that's what saw me through to the end. So whatever the universe tells me to make next is what I will make next. Otherwise, if you enjoyed this, please, 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 please share this video. The only way this video grows, the only way anyone sees this video is if you share this video. And when I say share, I don't mean like, please repost it on Blue Sky or whatever, although please do that, but like literally tell your friends to watch it. Like if there's somebody you think would love this album or love this analysis or just needs like something to listen to while they pass out, just send them this. They don't need to know anything other than that it is what it is. I feel like people feel they need to explain things before they send them to people. You don't have to. Just send them the video. Just share the video. Share the album. Share the content. If you like it, make them like it. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I've been Nova. If you want to support me, use the links in the description. I'm still using Trixie's Linktree and links because it's all under Golden Witch Fire, and it would be a pain in the ass to make my own stuff. Trixie does member-only videos on her channel, so if you want to become a member, you'll get access to a bunch of vlogs. They're just like general topic, usually philosophical, sociological type stuff, also tier lists. And follow Bomber Girl Vera, follow the Slime Dolls channel, follow my apprentice Gigadonk if you want more of me. All of these are links in the description. Follow everything. Okay, this has been Nova. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for listening. I love music.
I can never be the blue. Never see the truth. I believe in me better than you believe in you. What can I do to bridge this gap between us? Do you speak in poetry and trust like me? How DC do you feel by the way you learn to be? I've misconceived so many meanings, and now it hurts to see. Sing me to sleep, sing